Welcome to Tech with Shaping Pixel. In this video, we're diving into the study Cram and latest real exam questions and answers for the Microsoft Certified Azure AI Fundamentals AI-900 certification. If you haven't subscribed to our YouTube channel yet, we'd love for you to join our growing community. Just hit that subscribe button. Want a downloadable PDF of these questions and answers? You can grab it from our website, www.shapingpixel.com. Full link is in the description below. Let's get started.
Azure AI Services. Azure AI Services Platform. Integrated Platform. Azure AI Services provides a comprehensive suite of tools and APIs for constructing, deploying, and overseeing AI models. Audience. Designed to cater to developers, data scientists, and business analysts alike, Azure AI delivers solutions tailored to individual requirements. Azure AI Vision. Empowering visual intelligence. Cutting-edge capabilities. Under the umbrella of Azure AI Vision, users can leverage advanced computer vision capabilities to dissect images and videos seamlessly. Image tagging. Identify and categorize objects, scenes, and concepts within visual content effortlessly. OCR functionality. Extract printed and handwritten text from images across diverse languages and writing styles. Facial recognition. Develop intelligent applications capable of discerning and authenticating human identity seamlessly. Enhancing content discoverability. Automated image analysis. Azure AI Vision's image analysis component offers automated generation of natural language captions for images. Smart cropping. Employ smart cropping techniques to optimize visual aesthetics. Content classification. Classify images based on content to enrich user experiences and render content more accessible and engaging. Secure user experiences with facial recognition. Authentication. Ensure secure user experiences by enabling seamless authentication, access control, and personalized services. Facilitating text extraction with OCR. Digitization. Instrumental in extracting text from images for the digitization of documents, forms, and handwritten notes. Real-time spatial analysis. Movement monitoring. Empowers users to monitor movements and scrutinize environments in real time. Applications. Invaluable tool for applications spanning surveillance, retail analytics, and smart spaces. Customization options. Tailored models. Offer the flexibility to tailor computer vision models to spec requirements through custom image classification and object detection. Adaptability. Train models with minimal image inputs to adapt classification and detection mechanisms to unique needs. Responsible AI practices. Guidance. Microsoft emphasizes responsible AI practices, providing comprehensive guidance on ethical and accurate utilization of AI capabilities. Adherence. Adhering to responsible AI standards ensures that users achieve optimal outcomes while upholding ethical principles. Azure Content Moderator. Use cases: social messaging, gaming industry, education sector. Enterprise media and online platforms. Key features: text analysis, image moderation, video content management, and content safety studio. Language support, wide language coverage, supports over 100 languages, ensuring comprehensive moderation capabilities for global audiences. Specific language expertise, specifically trained in major languages including English, German, Japanese, Spanish, French, Italian, Portuguese, and Chinese, ensuring accurate detection and moderation across diverse linguistic contexts. Transition to Azure AI Content Safety. Advanced features. Azure AI Content Safety represents the evolution of Azure Content Moderator, offering advanced AI capabilities and enhanced performance for a wide range of scenarios. Versatility. Suitable for various applications, including those mentioned above, Azure AI Content Safety provides comprehensive solutions for managing and ensuring the safety of digital content. Computer vision. Computer vision, a captivating domain within AI, enables computers to recognize and comprehend objects and individuals in visual media. It seeks to emulate human capabilities by automating tasks like object recognition, pattern detection, and visual interpretation. Operating at the intersection of various fields, it aims to automate processes akin to human perception. Tasks include recognizing objects, identifying patterns, and interpreting visual data. How it works: data driven learning. Computer vision relies on extensive data sets to learn and generalize effectively. It iteratively analyzes data to identify differences and patterns. Deep learning and convolutional neural networks. Deep learning algorithms empower computers to self educate on visual data context. CNNs decompose images into pixels, assigning labels and predicting visual content. The neural network refines its predictions over time to match real world observations, mimicking human visual perception. Applications: object identification, facial detection and identification, image categorization, medical imaging analysis. Public space monitoring, manufacturing quality assurance, and self driving vehicle technology. Challenges: image variability, noise and uncertainty management, scale and perspective recognition, and real time analysis. Natural language processing. NLP represents a distinct domain within the realm of AI, aiming to streamline communication between machines and humans through the use of natural language. Utilizing computational techniques, NLP delves into the analysis and understanding of both textual and verbal communication to derive significant interpretations. Applications: voice activated assistants, emotional analysis, summarization algorithms, entity recognition, interactive chatbots, and language translation tools. Challenges: contextual understanding, expression diversity, interpretation complexity. NLP tasks: speech recognition, converting spoken language into text, a fundamental function for voice control systems. Word sense disambiguation, resolving the correct meaning of a word with multiple interpretations based on its context. Part of speech tagging, identifying the grammatical function of each word within a sentence. Language modeling, predicting the subsequent word in a sentence based on contextual cues to enhance coherence and fluency. Knowledge mining. Knowledge mining is an emerging field within artificial intelligence focused on leveraging intelligent services to rapidly learn from vast data volumes. Its primary aim is to empower organizations with profound insights, enabling easy exploration of information, uncovering hidden patterns, and identifying relationships on a large scale. Components and capabilities. Semantic search. Azure provides semantic search functionalities, discerning user intent and contextually ranking search results for relevance. This allows users to navigate content more efficiently and access contextually pertinent information. Content ingestion. Knowledge mining enables content ingestion from diverse sources such as Azure Blob Storage, Azure Table Storage, Azure SQL Database, and Azure Cosmos DB. Dedicated connectors facilitate data extraction from hundreds of third party sources, streamlining the process. Content enrichment. Utilizing AI capabilities, knowledge mining extracts insights, discovers patterns, and enhances understanding of content. Techniques include text extraction from file formats like PDF, Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, and CSV, augmenting data comprehensiveness. Exploration and discovery. Once content is indexed, Users can explore it through various interfaces, including search interfaces, bots, existing business applications, and data visualizations. This facilitates seamless exploration and discovery of relevant information. Use cases: content research, auditing, risk and compliance management, customer support and feedback analysis, and business process management. Azure services for knowledge mining. Azure AI Search, the sole cloud search service embedded with AI capabilities, facilitating the identification and exploration of relevant content. Azure AI Services utilizes cognitive capabilities to comprehend diverse content types, aiding in information extraction and analysis. Azure Machine Learning empowers the application of custom machine learning models as skills tailored to specific requirements, enhancing data processing and insights generation. Azure AI Bot Service enables the design of interactive experiences that allow users to extract information seamlessly through bot interfaces, enhancing user engagement and information retrieval efficiency. Azure AI Document Intelligence automated extraction. Leveraging AI and OCR technology, Azure AI Document Intelligence automates text and structure extraction from documents, ensuring swift data processing. Streamlined information extraction. The primary objective is to streamline information extraction, effectively converting documents into actionable data for improved decision making. Key features: automated extraction, focus optimization, pre built and custom models. Deployment flexibility, cloud or edge deployment, and enhanced security. Generative AI. Artificial intelligence replicates human behavior via machine learning algorithms, enabling autonomous task execution without explicit instructions. Generative AI, a subset of AI, specializes in generating original content based on encountered context, exemplified by Microsoft Copilot, enhancing web browsing experiences. Generative AI applications accept natural language inputs and produce relevant responses across various formats, employing sophisticated algorithms for contextual understanding. Features: natural language processing enables accurate comprehension and interpretation of human language inputs. Contextual understanding understands conversational context to generate coherent and relevant responses. Content generation, capable of producing diverse content types like text, images, and code snippets. Adaptability, continuously learns from interactions and feedback, improving over time. Use cases, conversational assistants, creative content generation, code generation, personalized recommendations, and content creation and automation. Responsible AI. Responsible AI, also known as ethical AI, places a strong emphasis on ensuring that AI development and deployment aligns with human values and respects individual rights. As AI becomes more prevalent, it becomes increasingly important to address unintended biases and potential harm they may arise from its use. Features: equity and inclusion, reliability and safety, privacy and security. Transparency, accessibility, and accountability. Machine learning fairness. Machine learning fairness pertains to ensuring AI models avoid discriminatory behavior or bias against particular demographic groups. Objective: the goal is to develop models that treat all individuals equitably, irrespective of their demographic attributes like gender, race, or age. Types of AI caused harms. Harm of allocation: AI systems allocate or withhold opportunities, resources, information for specific group. Harm of quality of service: AI systems exhibit performance disparities across different groups. Group fairness approach: identifying at-risk groups, quantifying fairness. Responsible AI dashboard. Purpose: the dashboard evaluates model fairness during both training and deployment phases. Disparity assessment: it quantifies disparities across subgroups based sensitive features. FairLearn open source package. Functionality: FairLearn aids in assessing impact and devising mitigation strategies. Flexibility: it allows for trade offs tailored to specific scenarios. Trade offs and human decision making. Complexity: fairness is a socio technical challenge with quantitative metrics unable to capture all fairness aspects. Human judgment. Humans must navigate trade offs based on context and values in addressing fairness concerns. AI shared responsibility model. Division of responsibility. Shared responsibility model. When implementing AI capabilities, it's crucial to understand the shared responsibility model, which outlines the tasks handled by the AI platform or application provider versus those managed by the user. Variation by service type. Responsibilities differ based on whether the AI integration uses software as a service, platform as a service, or infrastructure as a service. AI layer overview. AI platform. Functionality. Supplies AI capabilities to applications. Responsibilities. Includes constructing and securing the infrastructure for the AI model, managing training data, and configuring model parameters. Access. Typically accessed via APIs. AI application. Functionality. Utilizes AI capabilities to deliver services or interfaces to users. Complexity. Components can range from simple to highly sophisticated depending on the application. AI security considerations. Platform protection. Safeguard the AI platform from malicious inputs. Safety systems. Implement measures to filter harmful instructions sent to the model and prevent the generation and return of harmful content. Microsoft's commitment. Security focus. Microsoft prioritizes security and provides built in safety systems for both platform as a service and software as a service AI offerings. Platform as a service protects against harmful inputs and outputs. Software as a service ensures safety during AI interactions. Transparency note for Azure AI Studio safety evaluations. What is a transparency note? Purpose. Microsoft's transparency notes aim to help users understand AI technology, including how it operates, decisions that system owners can make to influence performance and behavior, and the importance of considering the entire system. Content. These notes offer insights into AI models, including their capabilities, limitations, and potential risks. Azure AI Studio Safety Evaluations. Purpose. Objective. These evaluations enable users to assess the outputs of their generative AI applications for potential textual content risks. Content risks evaluated. Hateful and unfair content, sexual content, violent content, self harm related content, jailbreak vulnerability. How it works. Evaluation method. Users evaluate their generative AI applications outputs using specific prompts. AI assisted simulator. The simulator stimulates adversarial interactions to generate a test dataset with the application's responses. Groundedness evaluation provides insights into ungrounded parts of generative responses, helping to identify and correct issues. Responsible innovation. Microsoft's commitment. Azure AI Studio safety evaluations demonstrate Microsoft's dedication to responsible AI. Risk mitigation. By assessing and mitigating risks, developers can create AI systems that adhere to ethical and safety standards. Azure Machine Learning. Azure Machine Learning is a cloud based service designed to support the large scale development, deployment, and management of machine learning models. It provides a wide range of tools and services tailored for data scientists, developers, and business analysts. Facilitates the creation and management of complete end to end machine learning workflow. Key features and capabilities. Model training and experimentation. Construct and train machine learning models using a diverse selection of algorithms and frameworks. Investigate different hyperparameters to assess and enhance model effectiveness. Automated ML. Streamline the process of model selection and hyperparameter tuning with automated machine learning functionalities. Azure ML independently evaluates numerous algorithms and configurations, pinpoint the most effective model. Model deployment and management. Deploy machine learning models as either web services or within web containers. Monitor model performance, implement necessary modifications, and efficient manage versioning. Integration with Azure services. Seamlessly merge with various Azure services such as Azure Databricks, Azure Data Factory, and Azure Synapse Analytics. Utilize data pipelines and coordination tools to enable through machine learning workflow. Use cases and scenarios. Predictive analytics. Computer vision and natural language processing. Anomaly detection and recommendation systems. Security and compliance. Data and model security. Azure ML implements strong security protocols to safeguard both data and trained models. Guarantee adherence to privacy regulations and industry standards to maintain compliance. Machine learning algorithms. Machine learning algorithms are computational models that enable computers to identify patterns and forecast outcomes from data without explicit programming. These algorithms serve as the foundation of contemporary artificial intelligence and are applied across various domains such as image recognition, natural language processing, recommendation systems, fraud detection, and autonomous vehicles. Supervised learning algorithms. In supervised learning, models undergo training using labeled datasets to understand the relationship between input data and output labels. This enables the model to predict or classify new unseen data. Linear regression, a straightforward method commonly used for tasks involving regression. Logistic regression, employed for tasks requiring classification with associated probabilities. Support vector machines, highly adaptable and robust for both classification and regression tasks. Decision trees, models structured in a hierarchical manner for interpretability. Random forest, an ensemble technique consisting of multiple decision trees. Naive Bayes classifier, a probabilistic algorithm known for its computational efficiency. K-nearest neighbors, an unsupervised and iterative approach utilized for both classification and regression problems. Unsupervised learning algorithms. In unsupervised learning, algorithms operate on data without predefined labels. The objective is to unveil inherent patterns or cluster similar data points. Examples: clustering organizes data into groups based on similarity. Dimensionality reduction condenses data while retaining crucial information. Association rule mining uncovers interesting connections among variables. Ensemble learning algorithms. Ensemble methods amalgamate multiple models to enhance overall performance. Examples: random forest merges several decision trees. Boosting sequentially improves weak models and aggregates their predictions. Generative models. These models discern the underlying probability distribution of the data. Examples: naive Bayes applied in text classification and spam detection. Gaussian processes utilized for regression and estimating uncertainty. Time series forecasting algorithms. These algorithms prognosticate future values based on historical data. Examples: ARIMA, autoregressive integrated moving average, handles time series data effectively. Exponential smoothing captures trends and seasonal variations. Deep learning algorithms. These neural network architectures acquire intricate representations from data. Examples: convolutional neural networks, specialized in image recognition tasks. Recurrent neural networks, tailored for sequential data processing like natural language tasks. Linear regression. Linear regression is a statistical method used to establish the connection between independent variables, often referred to as features, and a numeric outcome, known as the dependent variable. It's widely used in both statistics and machine learning for basic predictive tasks. Despite its simplicity, linear regression is effective even on datasets with few data points and straightforward relationships. Fundamental concepts. Simple regression. In simple regression, there's one independent variable that influences a dependent variable. Azure Machine Learning's linear regression component accommodates this scenario. Multiple linear regression. Multiple linear regression entails two or more independent variables affecting a single dependent variable. Situations where numerous inputs forecast a numerical outcome are termed as multivariate linear regression. Error and fit measurement methods. The linear regression component supports two methods. Ordinary least squares aim to minimize the sum of squared differences between observed and predicted targets. Gradient descent, an iterative strategy for reducing error during model training. How to use linear regression component. Model initialization. Access the Initialize Model section within Azure Machine Learning Designer. Navigate to regression by expanding the options. Drag the linear regression model component into your pipeline. Configuring properties. Within the Properties pane, opt for the Ordinary Least Squares method as the solution approach. How to select algorithms for Azure Machine Learning. When choosing algorithms for Azure Machine Learning, it's crucial to take into account your specific data science situation and project needs. Here are some important aspects to consider. Business inquiry and objective. Characteristics of data. Model complexity and interpretation. Accuracy and efficiency. Assumptions and constraints. And experimentation and comparative analysis. Create an Azure ML compute cluster. A compute cluster in Azure Machine Learning is a centrally managed setup that simplifies the creation of either a single or multiple node computing environment. It facilitates the distribution of tasks like training models or performing batch inference across a collection of CPU or GPU based compute nodes hosted in the cloud. Here's a guide on how to set up and oversee one. Prerequisites. Access to an Azure Machine Learning workspace. Create one via Azure Portal or Azure CLI if not available. Installation of Azure CLI extension for machine learning service. Execute command. Steps to create a compute cluster. Initialize your workspace in Python. Connect to your Azure ML workspace using the Azure Machine Learning Python SDK in your Python script. Replace subscription ID, resource group, and AML workspace name with your actual values. Example code snippet. Create the compute cluster. Utilize the ML client handler to create a compute cluster. Specify the desired configuration such as VM size and number of nodes. Example code snippet. Use the compute cluster. Once created, utilize the compute cluster as a target for training or inference jobs in your Azure machine learning workspace. Deep learning. Deep learning, as employed in Microsoft Azure, refers to a form of machine learning categorized by the utilization of artificial neural networks. These networks empower digital systems to glean insights and make determinations using unstructured and unlabeled data. Unlike traditional machine learning, which relies on structured data, deep learning enables AI systems to learn from experiences, identify patterns, offer recommendations, and evolve autonomously. How deep learning functions. Deep learning operates through intricate neural network architectures comprising multiple layers. The cloud or cluster based deployment of high performance GPUs is pivotal for achieving remarkable accuracy in tasks such as text, speech, and image recognition. The effective training of deep learning models necessitates substantial volumes of labeled data. Significance of deep learning. Data scientists and developers harness deep learning for analyzing vast and intricate datasets, executing intricate and nonlinear operations, delivering prompt and precise responses to text, voice, or image inputs surpassing human capabilities. Deep learning finds practical utility across diverse sectors such as autonomous vehicles, smart home technology, and healthcare. Frameworks and enhancements. Developers employ deep learning frameworks like TensorFlow or PyTorch to construct sophisticated machine learning models. Accelerators like ONNX runtime enhance the performance of these frameworks, expediting both training and inference processes. Create and explore datasets with labels. What are datasets with labels? Developers employ deep learning frameworks like TensorFlow or PyTorch to construct sophisticated machine learning models. Accelerators like ONNX runtime enhance the performance of these frameworks, expediting both training and inference processes. Prerequisites. Azure subscription, Azure Machine Learning SDK for Python, Machine Learning Workspace, access to an Azure Machine Learning data labeling project, export data labels, explore labeled datasets with Pandas data frame. Create a labeled dataset using Azure Machine Learning. What is a labeled dataset? A labeled dataset consists of data samples along with corresponding labels or annotations. These labels provide ground truth information about the data, allowing machine learning models to learn patterns and make predictions. Prerequisites: Azure subscription and Azure Machine Learning Workspace. Steps to create a labeled dataset. Data labeling project. Create a data labeling project in Azure Machine Learning. Choose the type of labeling task. Upload data. Upload your data samples to the labeling project. Assign labels or annotations to each sample based on the task requirements. Review and export labels. Review the label data to ensure accuracy. Export the label data as an Azure Machine Learning dataset. Explore the label dataset. Load the label dataset into your machine learning pipeline. Use it for training, validation, or testing your machine learning models. Data splits and cross validation in automated machine. Data splits. Training data. The training data is used to train the machine learning model. It contains labeled examples. Validation data. The validation data is used to tune hyperparameters and evaluate model performance during training. It helps prevent overfitting by assessing how well the model generalizes to unseen data. Test data. The test data is used to evaluate the final model's performance after training. It provides an unbiased estimate of the model's accuracy on new unseen data. Cross-validation. K-fold cross-validation. Partition the dataset into K equally sized groups. Train the model K times using K1 groups for training each time and the remaining group for validation. Calculate the average performance over all K groups. Stratified K-fold cross-validation. Ensure each fold reflects the overall distribution of target labels, especially useful for datasets with imbalanced classes. Leave one out cross-validation. Use each individual data point once as the validation set, with the rest used for training. Best suited for smaller datasets. Shuffle split cross-validation. Randomly split the data into training and validation sets multiple times. Ideal for large datasets. Automated machine learning. What is automated ML? AutoML, known as automated machine learning, simplifies the process of selecting the optimal machine learning algorithms and parameters for a given dataset. It enhances productivity and efficiency in creating models while maintaining quality standards. AutoML in Azure Machine Learning. Azure Machine Learning's AutoML creates multiple pipelines simultaneously during training, experimenting with diverse algorithms and parameters. Through iterative testing, it explores various algorithm feature combinations to optimize for specific metrics until predefined criteria are met. Key steps in AutoML process: identifying the problem, experience selection, specifying data source, configuring AutoML, submitting training job, and reviewing results. When to use AutoML? AutoML is suitable for various tasks including classification, regression, forecasting, computer vision, and NLP. It's particularly valuable for rapid prototyping, exploring different algorithms and feature engineering techniques, and minimizing manual effort in model selection and tuning. Benefits of AutoML: efficiency, accessibility, scalability, and quality. Azure's automated machine learning capabilities. Azure's automated machine learning simplifies model development by intelligently selecting and training models without manual intervention. It enhances scalability, efficiency, and productivity while maintaining quality standards. Key features: automated model selection, increased accessibility, simplified workflow, and enhanced model quality. Enhanced features: no code web interface, model transparency, time series forecasting, and ONNX models. .NET integration, Power BI integration, and SQL Server and Spark integration. Benefits: intelligent stopping, subsampling strategy, pre-processing optimization, XGBoost support, and enhanced dataset support. Machine learning solutions for data scientists. Machine learning on Azure. Leverage tools for data scientists and engineers to build and deploy scalable machine learning solutions. Features: develop models on your terms, build responsibly, and confident deployment. using machine learning for mission critical applications, scaling training jobs, model deployment and inferencing. Understanding MLOps, securing machine learning environment. Hybrid and multi-cloud machine learning, and open and interoperable machine learning. MLOps, machine learning model management. Understanding MLOps. MLOps comprises best practices for deploying and managing machine learning models in production efficiently, drawing inspiration from DevOps principles. It ensures collaboration and communication between software developers and IT professionals. Need for MLOps. With machine learning models increasingly integrated into business operations, a systematic approach to their management becomes essential. MLOps automates the machine learning lifecycle, fosters team collaboration, and ensures reliable model deployment. Key components of MLOps: version control, continuous integration and delivery, monitoring and operations, governance and compliance. MLOps lifecycle stages: development, testing, deployment, monitoring, and maintenance. Benefits of MLOps: efficiency, scalability, reproducibility, and quality. Azure AI Vision. Azure AI Vision integrates functionalities that were formerly part of cognitive services and Azure Applied AI services. It offers a range of tools and services designed to help applications interpret and analyze visual data, effectively allowing them to see and comprehend visual information. Services offered by Azure AI Vision: text extraction, image feature analysis, face recognition and analysis, and video content analysis. Azure AI Vision for digital asset management. Azure AI Vision optimizes digital asset management by effectively organizing, storing, and retrieving rich media assets while handling digital rights and permissions. It can classify and identify images based on visible features such as logos, faces, objects, and colors. Additionally, it can automatically generate captions for images, enhancing their searchability. Azure AI Vision with OCR and AI. Azure AI Vision is a comprehensive service offering advanced computer vision capabilities, enabling applications to analyze images, read text, and detect faces using pre built models. The service integrates OCR and AI, providing developers with a broad range of vision features, even if they lack machine learning expertise. Key features of Azure AI Vision: image analysis, spatial analysis, OCR, and facial recognition. Enhancing content discoverability with image analysis. Real time video streaming with spatial analysis. Reading text from images with OCR. Verifying identities with facial recognition. Customizing computer vision models. And applying AI responsibly. Azure AI Face Service provides AI algorithms for detecting, recognizing, and analyzing human faces in images. Useful for scenarios like identification, touchless access control, and privacy related face blurring. Accessing the face service. Use through a client library SDK. Directly call the REST API. Use cases: identity verification, touchless access control, face detection and analysis, liveness detection, verification, group, Identification. Find similar input requirements. Image classification on Azure. By leveraging Azure services like the Computer Vision API and Azure Functions, companies can avoid managing individual servers, cut costs, and benefit from Microsoft's expertise in image processing through Azure AI services. This example scenario focuses on an image processing application. For other AI requirements, explore the comprehensive range of Azure AI services. Workflow. The scenario outlines the backend processes for a web or mobile application. The data flow follows these steps. Retail industry, fashion website, gaming industry, game screenshot classification, finance and insurance industry, insurance claims processing, object detection, Azure AI Vision. Azure's object detection uses deep learning to identify objects and images, marking them with bounding boxes. It then classifies these objects and integrates seamlessly into applications through APIs. This functionality enables tasks like image tagging, content moderation, and inventory management, driving innovation and enhancing user experiences. Detection constraints. Small objects, typically less than 5% of the image, may not be accurately detected. Objects arranged closely together, such as in stacks or clusters, might pose challenges for detection. Brand or product name differentiation is not supported, such as distinguishing between various soda types on a store shelf. Utilizing the API. Access the API through a native SDK or via REST calls. Specify the inclusion of objects in the visual features query parameter to enable object detection. Upon receiving the full JSON response, extract and interpret the object section to access relevant information. Optical character recognition. Azure AI services. Optical character recognition, or OCR, uses machine learning to extract text from images like posters, street signs, product labels, and various documents. It organizes the extracted text into words, lines, and paragraphs, providing digital access and reducing the need for manual data entry. Microsoft's Read OCR engine, supporting multiple languages, utilizes advanced machine learning models for multilingual support, extracts printed and handwritten text, accommodating diverse writing styles and mixed languages. Deployment flexibility, available as both a cloud service and an on premises container, ensuring deployment flexibility. Latest update, introducing Read as a synchronous API, enhances OCR assisted user experiences with performance improvements, catering specifically to single image only scenarios. Features, integration into platforms, key capabilities, support for mixed languages, on premises deployment, compatibility and integration. Face detection, attributes, and input data. Face detection. Face detection refers to the identification of human faces within an image. This process involves locating the positions of faces and can optionally include retrieving various face related data. The Detect API is utilized to perform face detection tasks on an image. Face attribute data. Face attribute data encompasses different characteristics or features associated with detected faces. These attributes may include details such as age, gender, emotion, facial landmarks, and facial hair. By using the Detect API, users can access and retrieve face attribute data along with the detected faces in an image. Face attributes in face detection: face rectangle, face ID, and face landmarks. Fundamentals of generative AI training. Artificial intelligence mimics human behavior using machine learning, interacts with the environment to perform tasks without detailed instructions. Generative AI, a specialized branch of AI that creates new content. It is commonly found in chat applications such as Microsoft Copilot, which aids in more effective web browsing, processes natural language inputs, and produces suitable responses in various forms, including text, images, and code. Language models. Generative AI applications leverage language models, which are specialized machine learning models designed for natural language processing tasks, such as assessing sentiment or classifying text, summarizing content, evaluating semantic similarity across different text sources, and creating new text. Although the mathematical concepts behind these language models are intricate, Having a basic grasp of their architecture can provide a conceptual understanding of their functionality. How transformer model work? Transformer architecture, training with large text corpora, predictive text sequences, and human-like language generation. Transformer models, large language models, and small language models. Azure AI model resources and catalog. Azure OpenAI service provides access to foundation models like GPT and DALI, offers secure and scalable hosting on Azure, enables developers to fine-tune models with custom training data. Model catalog in Azure, curated repository of pre-trained AI models, accessible to data scientists and developers, includes latest open source models from various partners, enables easy integration of advanced AI capabilities into projects. Generative AI in Azure Machine Learning. Generative AI and its features. Simplified development, robust infrastructure, text generation, conversational interaction, comprehensive environment, efficient deployment, scalability and performance, and enhanced user experience. Integrate model catalog, foundation model catalog, prompt flow, open source framework integration, Azure AI infrastructure, content safety, and model monitoring. Content creation and design, accelerated automation, personalized marketing, chatbots and virtual assistants. Product and service innovation, language translation, and NLP. fraud detection and cybersecurity, predictive analytics and forecasting, creative writing and content generation, and medical research and diagnosis. Responsible AI. Responsible AI implementation. Azure AI facilitates the development, utilization, and governance of AI solutions in a responsible manner, ensuring compliance with ethical standards and regulations. Responsible AI features scalability and confidence, built in governance tools, industry leading technologies, integration of responsible AI, and trusted foundation. Principles of responsible AI. Microsoft's responsible AI commitment. MLOps streamlining ML workflows. Model interpretability, ensuring transparency. Overview of responsible AI practices for Azure OpenAI. Responsible AI implementation framework. Identify potential harms. Measure harm occurrences. Mitigate identified harms and operational readiness. Responsible AI practices for Azure OpenAI. Identifying AI harms. Systematic measurement of AI harms. Mitigating AI harms. Model level, safety system level, application level, and positioning level. Contrast between Azure OpenAI Service and OpenAI. Azure OpenAI Service. Azure OpenAI Service for advanced language and image processing tasks. Resources. Azure OpenAI Setup. Create a resource or instance in your Azure subscription. Refer to Azure's resource management design for details. Deployments. Model deployment. Create an Azure OpenAI resource. Deploy a model using deployment APIs before making API calls. Prompt engineering. Prompt-based models. Models respond to text prompts with text completions. Effective prompt crafting is crucial. Example models: GPT-3, GPT 3.5, and GPT-4. Models. Model varieties. DAL-E generates images from text prompts. Whisper transcribes and translates speech to text. Text to speech synthesizes speech from text. Azure OpenAI for code generation and development tasks. Azure OpenAI Service leverages large language models for content generation, including programming code. Functionality allows developers to generate and improve existing code across various programming languages, enhancing efficiency and understanding. Utilizing Azure OpenAI to generate code and assist with development tasks. Quick start. Generate images with Azure OpenAI Service. Navigate to Azure OpenAI Studio and log in using the credentials linked to your Azure OpenAI resource. During or after the login process, choose the correct directory, Azure subscription, and Azure OpenAI resource. Begin exploring Azure OpenAI capabilities through a no-code approach with the DALI Playground. Additionally, in the DALI Playground, you can What is NLP? Natural language processing enables applications to interact with users by seeing, hearing, speaking, and understanding them. Microsoft Azure simplifies the creation of NLP supported applications through text analytics, translation, and language understanding services. NLP has various applications, including sentiment analysis, language detection, document categorization, topic detection, and key phrase extraction. NLP workload scenarios and common features. Customized NLP frameworks with Apache Spark. Apache Spark boosts big data analytics with efficient in memory processing. Platforms like Azure Synapse Analytics, Azure HD Insight, and Azure Databricks utilize Spark's capabilities. Spark NLP is ideal for customized NLP tasks, processing large text datasets. This open source library supports Python, Java, and Scala, offering full NLP functionalities similar to Spacey, NLTK, Stanford Core NLP, and OpenNLP. Key features of Spark NLP include spell checking, sentiment analysis, and document classification. Spark NLP excels with superior accuracy, speed, and scalability compared to earlier solutions. Keyphrase extraction in Azure AI Language. Keyphrase extraction is a feature provided by Azure AI Language, which encompasses a suite of machine learning and AI algorithms available in the cloud for creating intelligent applications that process written language. This feature allows you to rapidly identify the central ideas and concepts within the text. Methods to use keyphrase extraction. Language Studio platform. Accessible online without needing an Azure account. Allows experimentation with NLP features using provided text examples or your own uploaded data. Users can visit the Language Studio website and follow a quick start guide for detailed instructions. REST API or Client Library enables developers to integrate key phrase extraction directly into their applications. Offers a REST API for making HTTP requests and a client library in various programming languages. Developers can utilize the REST API by sending HTTP requests to specific endpoints or use the client library's pre-built methods in their preferred programming language. Docker container deployment allows for running the key phrase extraction service locally on-premises infrastructure via Docker containers. Provides greater control over data and operations suitable for environments with strict compliance and security requirements. Users can download and run the Docker container image, beneficial for organizations with specific regulatory or operational constraints. Each of these options caters to different use cases and technical requirements, providing flexibility in how you deploy and use the key phrase extraction feature. Summary of the typical workflow for using this feature in Azure AI Language. Named Entity Recognition in Azure AI Language. Named Entity Recognition is a feature available in Azure AI Language which compromises machine learning and AI algorithms hosted in the cloud for building intelligent applications involving written language. Methods to use named entity recognition. Two methods are available for utilizing named entity recognition: Language Studio Platform and REST API or Client Library. Use cases: enhance search functionalities and indexing, customer insights and analysis, and automate operational workflows. Sentiment analysis and opinion mining. Sentiment analysis and opinion mining are features within the language service, a cloud based suite of AI algorithms for analyzing written language. They help discern public sentiments about brands or topics by detecting positive or negative cues in text and associating them with specific elements. Compatible with multiple languages. Sentiment analysis. This feature assigns sentiment labels like negative, neutral, and positive based on the highest confidence score identified by the service at both sentence and document levels. Additionally, it provides confidence scores ranging from 0 to 1 for each document and its sentences for positive, neutral, and negative sentiments. Opinion mining. A subset of sentiment analysis, opinion mining, also known as aspect based sentiment analysis in NLP, offers detailed insights into opinions related to specific words, such as attributes of products or services within the text. Methods to use sentiment analysis: Language Studio Platform, REST API or Client Library, Azure SDK, and Docker Container Deployment. Azure AI Language, Azure AI Services. Azure AI Language is a cloud service offering natural language processing capabilities for text analysis and comprehension. It aids in developing intelligent applications through the web based Language Studio, REST APIs, and client libraries. This service consolidates several former Azure AI services, including text analytics, Q&A Maker, and Lewis. Features. The language service also offers several new features which can be either pre-configured. These features use AI models that are not customizable. You simply send your data and use the features output in your applications. Or customizable. These features allow you to train an AI model using our tools to specifically fit your data. Pre-configured features. Named entity recognition, personally identifying information and health information detection, language detection, sentiment analysis and opinion mining, summarization, key phrase extraction, entity linking, text analytics for health, and question answering. Customizable features. Custom text classification, custom named entity recognition, conversational language understanding, orchestration workflow, and custom text analytics for health. Use cases. Speech service. Azure AI services. Speech to text and text to speech functionalities. The speech service offers both speech to text and text to speech functionalities via a speech resource. You can accurately convert spoken words into text, generate natural sounding voices from text, translate spoken audio, and recognize individual speakers in conversations. Customization and model development. You can create custom voices, expand your piece vocabulary with specific words, or develop personalized models. The service runs seamlessly in the cloud or on the edge in containers. Easy integration. Enabling speech capabilities in your applications, tools, and devices is straightforward with the Speech CLI, Speech SDK, Speech Studio, or REST APIs. Deployment options for Azure AI Speech. Cloud deployment, on-premises deployment using containers. Sovereign cloud deployment. Common use cases for speech: captioning, audio content creation, and call centers. language learning, and voice assistants. Microsoft applications. Microsoft uses speech for various purposes, including captioning in Teams, dictation in Office 365, and the read aloud feature in the Microsoft Edge browser. Document translation. Azure AI services. Document translation is a feature offered by the Azure AI Translator service, allowing cloud based machine translation of various documents. It supports translation of multiple and intricate documents across all available languages and dialects while maintaining the original document structure and data format intact. Asynchronous batch document translation and synchronous document translation. Synchronous document translation. Utilize synchronous translation processing by including the document within the HTTP request body and retrieving the translated document directly in the HTTP response. Features: translate individual page documents, maintain original document formatting. Personalized translation, customized glossaries, and single language translation. Automatic language detection and leverage customized glossaries. Azure AI Language capabilities. What is AI Language? Azure AI Language is a managed service tailored for crafting applications that process natural language. It empowers users to recognize key terms, assess sentiment, condense text, and construct conversational interfaces. With Azure AI Language, you can annotate, train, assess, and implement adaptable AI models without extensive knowledge of machine learning. Use cases: recognize core concepts, comprehend information at a glance, and analyze customer sentiment. Azure AI speech capabilities. What is AI speech? A managed service provides cutting edge speech capabilities, including speech to text, text to speech translation, and speaker recognition. Features: exceptional quality, customization options, deployment flexibility, compliance and security. Use cases: transcribe speech, swiftly and accurately convert audio into text across more than 100 languages and variations. Text to speech: enable your applications and services to speak naturally using text to speech functionality. Speech translation: translate spoken audio in real time from over 30 languages. Speaker recognition: verify individuals' identities or identify speakers within meetings and other settings. Custom keyword activation: personalize your brand's presence by establishing custom keywords for IoT devices and voice enabled assistants. Voice command integration: implement hands free voice commands to facilitate touchless interactions and improve safety.
We're diving into the latest real exam questions and answers for the Microsoft Certified Azure AI Fundamentals AI-900 certification. Want a downloadable PDF of these questions and answers? You can grab it from our website, www.shapingpixel.com. Full link is in the description below. Let's get started.
Question number one. You build a machine learning model by using the automated machine learning user interface. You need to ensure that the model meets the Microsoft transparency principle for responsible AI. What should you do? And we have four options. Option A, set validation type to auto. Option B, enable explain best model. Option C, set primary metric to accuracy. And option D, set max concurrent iterations to 0. So the right answer here is option B, enable explain best model. So most businesses run on trust, and being able to open the ML black box helps build transparency and trust. In heavily regulated industries like healthcare and banking, it is critical to comply with regulations and best practices. One key aspect of these is understanding the relationship between input variables and model output. Knowing both the magnitude and direction of the impact each feature has on the predicted value helps better understand and explain the model. With model explainability, we enable you to understand feature importance as part of automated ML runs. Question number two. Which of the following are examples of data transformation modules available in Azure Machine Learning Designer? Choose two answers. And we have four: split data, clean missing data, import data, dataset. So the right answer here is option A and option B, split data, clean missing data. All of the options listed are examples of modules available in Azure Machine Learning Designer. However, only split data and clean missing data are data transformation modules. Data transformation modules are used to prepare data before a machine learning experiment. Common machine learning data preparation steps include cleaning missing data, normalizing data, and converting data from one file format to another. Question number 3. A company employs a team of customer service agents to provide telephone and email support to customers. The company develops a web chat bot to provide automated answers to common customer queries. Which benefits, which business benefit should the company expect as a result of creating the web chat bot solution? And we have three options. Option A, increased sales. Option B, a reduced workload for the customer service agents. And option C, improved product quality reliability. So the right answer here is option B, a reduced workload for the customer service agents. Agent workload will be reduced by chatbot since it can answer simple questions. Question number 4. You are working on an application that supports an automation line in a factory. Several sensors provide data about equipment health, and you would like to use these data in real time to identify potential line issues quickly. Which Azure Cognitive Service would be a good choice to help quickly identify issues based on your sensor data? And we have four options. Option A, anomaly detector. Option B, Azure Monitor. Option C, Form Recognizer. And option D, Azure Auto Machine Learning. So the right answer here is option A, anomaly detector. Anomaly detector is an Azure Cognitive Service API that is used to identify anomalies in time series data. This service helps identify problems early and detect issues that might otherwise be too difficult to see without automated analysis. Question number 5. For a machine learning progress, how should you split data for training and evaluation? And we have four options. Option A, use features for training and labels for evaluation. Option B, randomly split the data into rows for training and rows for evaluation. Option C, use labels for training and features for evaluations. And option D, randomly split the data into columns for training and columns for evaluation. So the right answer here is option B, randomly split the data into rows for training and rows for evaluation. The split data module is particularly useful when you need to separate data into training and testing sets. Use the split rows option if you want to divide the data into two parts. You can specify the percentage of data to put in each split. But by default, the data is divided 50-50. You can also randomize the selection of rows in each group and use stratified sampling. Question number 6. You are using Azure Machine Learning to develop a machine learning model to predict fuel efficiency for automobiles manufactured between 2000 and 2010. Which machine learning algorithm would be the best choice for building this model? And we have four options: regression, classification, clustering, reinforcement learning. So the right answer here is option A, regression. In this scenario, you are predicting a single number, fuel efficiency. For problems that predict a continuous value, you would use a regression algorithm to build your model. Classification algorithms are used to predict discrete values or classes, and clustering algorithms help uncover patterns and organize data into associated clusters. Question number 7. You are developing a model to predict events by using classification. You have a confusion matrix for the model scored on test data as shown in the following exhibit. Use the drop-down menus to select the answer choice that completes each statement based on the information presented in the graphic. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So there are correctly predicted positives and we have 4 options, and there are false negatives, we have 4 options. So the right answers here is, the first one it's 11, and for the second one it's 1033. Question number 8. A customer support team would like to implement an interactive chat window on their product website that uses artificial intelligence to answer customer questions. The team already has extensive frequently asked questions documentation available. Which Azure AI solution should these team use to build a chat program from their existing frequently asked question documentation? And we have 4 options. Option A, Q&A Maker plus Azure Bot Service. Option B, LUIS, which is Language Understanding plus Azure Functions. Option C, Test Analytics plus Azure Bot Service. And option D, Form Recognizer plus Azure Functions. So the right answer here is option A, Q&A Maker plus Azure Bot Service. In this case, the correct combination is to use Azure Q&A Maker as the knowledge base to power a bot using Azure Bot Service and build a web chatbot. It is also possible to use language understanding to power a bot instead of Q&A Maker or in addition to Q&A Maker. However, since the organization will use the bot to answer questions from an existing frequently asked questions database, Q&A Maker is the correct choice. Question number 9. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And the following statements are: forecasting housing prices based on historical data is an example of anomaly detection. Identifying suspicious sign-ins by looking for deviations from usual patterns is an example of anomaly detection. Predicting whether a patient will develop diabetics based on the patient's medical history is an example of anomaly detection. So the right statements are: the first statement is false, second statement is true, and the third statement is false. Anomaly detection encompasses many important tasks in machine learning: identifying transactions that are potentially fraudulent, learning patterns that indicate that a network intrusion has occurred, finding abnormal clusters of patients, checking values entered into a system. Question number 10. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. The handling of unusual or missing values provided to an AI system is a consideration of the Microsoft principles for responsible AI. And we have 4 options: inclusiveness, privacy and security, reliability and safety, transparency. So the right option here is reliability and safety. AI systems need to be reliable and safe in order to be trusted. It is important for a system to perform as it was originally designed and for it to respond safely to new situations. Its inherent resilience should resist intended or unintended manipulations. Rigorous testing and validation should be established for operating conditions to ensure that the system responds safely to edge cases. And A to B testing and champion challenger methods should be integrated into the evaluation process. An AI system's performance can degrade over time, so a robust monitoring and model tracking process needs to be established to reactively and proactively measure the model's performance and retain it as necessary to modernize it. Question number 11. You are training an Azure language understanding model and you plan to use with an interactive application that responds to user questions or commands. For example, a user may ask, "What is the temperature in Boston today?" What is the term used to describe what the user might say to the application? In this case, asking about the temperature in Boston. And we have four options: utterance, entity, intent, key phrase. So the right answer here is option A, utterance. The term utterance is used to describe the user's question or command, that is the input sent to a LUIS endpoint for analysis. Question number 12. Match the types of AI workloads to the appropriate scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate workload type from the column on the left to its scenarios on the right. Each workload type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. Workload types: anomaly detection, computer vision, conversational AI, knowledge mining, natural language processing. So the right workload type for an automated chat to answer questions about refunds and exchange. So the right workload is conversational AI, determining whether a photo contains a person. So the right answer will be computer vision, determining whether a review is positive or negative, which is natural language processing. A computer vision image analysis service can extract a wide variety of visual features from your images. For example, it can determine whether an image contains adult content, find specific brands or objects, or find human faces. Natural language processing is used for tasks such as sentiment analysis, topic detection, language detection, key phrase extraction, and document categorization. Question number 13. You are designing an AI system that empowers everyone, including people who have hearing, visual, and other impairments. This is an example of which Microsoft guiding principle for responsible AI. And we have four options: fairness, inclusiveness, reliability and safety, accountability. So the right answer here is option B, inclusiveness. Inclusiveness: at Microsoft, we firmly believe everyone should benefit from intelligent technology, meaning it must incorporate and address a broad range of human needs and experiences. For the 1 billion people with disabilities around the world, AI technologies can be a game changer. Question number 14. You are working on an application that uses computer vision to identify unwanted plant species growing alongside crops in farmers' fields. Which Azure Cognitive Service is the best choice to help you train your image classification model? And we have four options: custom vision, computer vision, anomaly detector, Azure machine learning clustering analysis. So the right answer here is option A, custom vision. So Azure Computer Vision Services can identify a wide range of features in images. It will not work well if you need to identify domain-specific features. Instead, Azure Custom Vision Service is a no-code option that you can use to train and deploy a custom image classification model. Question number 15. Match the Microsoft guiding principles for responsible AI to the appropriate descriptions. To answer, drag the appropriate principle from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each principle may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the principles are accountability, fairness, inclusiveness, privacy and security, reliability, and safety. So the right principle for the following statements are: for reliability and safety, ensure that AI systems operate as they were originally designed, respond to unanticipated conditions, and resist harmful manipulation. Accountability, for implementing processes to ensure that decisions made by AI systems can be overridden by humans. Privacy and security, provide consumers with information and controls over the collection, use, and storage of their data. So reliability and safety, to build trust, it's critical that AI systems operate reliable, safely, and consistently under normal circumstances and in unexpected conditions. These systems should be able to operate as they were originally designed, respond safely to anticipated conditions, and resist harmful manipulations. Accountability, the people who design and deploy AI systems must be accountable for how their systems operate. Organizations should draw upon industry standards to develop accountability norms. These norms can ensure that AI systems are not the final authority on any decisions that impacts people's lives, and that humans maintain meaningful control over otherwise highly autonomous AI systems. Privacy and security, as AI becomes more prevalent, protecting privacy and securing important personal and business information is becoming more critical and complex. These AI privacy and data security issues require especially close attention because access to data is essential for AI systems to make accurate and informed predictions and decisions about people. AI systems must compile with privacy laws that require transparency about the collection, use, and storage of data, and mandate that consumers have appropriate controls to choose how their data is used. Question number 16. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. When developing an AI system for self-driving cars, the Microsoft Dash principle for responsible AI should be applied to ensure consistent operation of the system during unexpected circumstances. And we have four options. So the right answer here is option C, reliability and safety. To build trust, it's critical that AI systems operate reliably, safely, and consistently under normal circumstances and in unexpected conditions. These systems should be able to operate as they were originally designed, respond safely to unanticipated conditions, and resist harmful manipulations. Question number 17. You plan to integrate Azure Q&A Maker with Azure Bot Services to build a conversational AI system to help answer user questions. What information do you need to configure a new Azure bot to connect with your Q&A knowledge base? Choose three answers. And we have four options. Option A, Q&A authorization key. Option B, Q&A endpoint host name. Option C, Q&A knowledge base ID. And option D, Q&A app service name. So the right answer here is option A, B, and option C. To configure a new Azure bot and connect with your Q&A knowledge base, you will need Q&A authorization key, Q&A endpoint hostname, Q&A knowledge base ID. Question number 18. You are building an AI system. Which task should you include to ensure that the service meets the Microsoft transparency principle for responsible AI? And we have four options. Option A, ensure that all visuals have an associated text that can be read by a screen reader. Option B, enable outscaling to ensure that a service scales based on demand. Option C, provide documentation to help developers debug code. Option D, ensure that training dataset is representative of the population. So the right answer here is option C, provide documentation to help the developers debug code. Achieving transparency helps the team to understand the data and algorithms used to train the model, what transformation logic was applied to the data, the final model generated, and its associated assets. This information offers insights about how the model was created, which allows to be reproduced in a transparent way. Snapshots within Azure Machine Learning Spaceworks support transparency by recording or returning all training related assets and metrics involved in the experiment. Question number 19. You have been given a data set that is unlabeled and includes detailed customer information. You would like to use Azure Machine Learning to uncover data patterns and groupings. Which machine learning algorithm is the best choice? And we have four options: clustering, classification, regression, reinforcement learning. So the right answer here is option A, clustering. So this is an example of a clustering machine learning problem. Clustering algorithms are an example of unsupervised machine learning. You use clustering analysis to uncover patterns in your data, and when you are working with unlabeled data, you would use clustering to answer a question like, how is this data organized? Question number 20. Match the types of AI workloads to the appropriate scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate workload type from the column on the left to its scenario on the right. Each workload type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So workload types we have anomaly detection, computer vision, machine learning, regression, natural language processing. So the right workload type for the statements are computer vision, identify handwritten letters, natural language processing, we have predict the sentiment of a social media post, anomaly detection, identify a fraudulent credit card payment, machine learning regression, predict next month's toy sales. So question number 21. You're writing an application that analyzes customer product reviews and flags reviews that have a negative sentiment. Which Azure cognitive service would you use to provide sentiment analysis and mark text as positive, negative, or neutral? We have four options. Option A, Text Analytics API. Option B, Language Understanding. Option C, Speech Translation. And option D, Content Moderator. So the right answer here is option A, Text Analytics API. The Text Analytics API has the ability to take an input text document and return the predicted author sentiment, positive, negative, or neutral. Question number 22. Your company is exploring the use of voice recognition technologies in its smart home devices. The company wants to identify any barriers that might unintentionally leave out specific user groups. These is an example of which Microsoft guiding principle for responsible AI. And we have four options: accountability, fairness, inclusiveness, privacy, and security. So the right answer here is option C, inclusiveness. So inclusiveness mandates that AI should consider all human races and experiences. And inclusive design practices can help developers to understand and address potential barriers that could unintentionally exclude people. Where possible, speech to text, text to speech, and visual recognition technology should be used to empower people with hearing, visual, and other impairments. Question number 23. What are three Microsoft guiding principles for responsible AI? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have the following six options: knowledgeability, decisiveness, inclusiveness, fairness, optionateness, reliability, and safety. So the right answer here is option C, D, and F. Inclusiveness, fairness, reliability, and safety. Question number 24. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Returning a bounding box that indicates the location of a vehicle in an image is an example of, and we have the following four options. So the right answer here is object detection. Object detection is similar to tagging, but the API returns the bounding box coordinates for each object found in the image. For example, if an image contains a dog, cat, and person, the detect operation will list those objects with their coordinates in the image. You can use this functionality to process the relationships between the objects in an image. It also lets you determine whether there are multiple instances of the same object in an image. Question number 25. Which of the following types of machine learning problems are supported with Azure Automated Machine Learning, AutoML? Choose three answers. And we have the following four options: regression, classification, time series forecasting, conversational AI. So the right answer here is option A, B, and C. Azure AutoML supports finding the best regression, classification, and time series forecasting models. When you configure an AutoML experiment, you will need to specify which of these types of machine learning problems you are trying to solve. Question number 26. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Dash is used to generate additional features. And we have the following four options. So the right answer here is feature engineering. Feature engineering is used to generate additional features. Feature engineering is applied first to generate additional features, and then feature selection is done to eliminate irrelevant, redundant, or highly correlated features. Question number 27. You run a charity event that involves posting photos of people wearing sunglasses on Twitter. You need to ensure that you only retweet photos that meet the following requirements. Include one or more faces, contain at least one person wearing sunglasses. What should you use to analyze the images? And you have the following four options. Option A, the verify operation in the face service. Option B, the detect operation in the face service. Option C, the describe image operation in the computer vision service. Option D, the analyze image operation in the computer vision service. So the right answer here is option B, the detect operation in the face service. Face detection is required as the first step in all the other scenarios. The detect API detects human faces in an image and returns the rectangle coordinates of their locations. It also returns a unique ID that represents the stored face data. This is used in later operations to identify or verify faces. Optionally, face detection can extract a set of face-related attributes such as head pose, age, emotion, facial hair, and glasses. These attributes are general predictions, not actual classifications. Some attributes are useful to ensure that your application is getting high-quality face data when users add themselves to face service. For example, your application could advise users to take off their sunglasses if they're wearing sunglasses. Question number 28. Which of the following statements are true about the data used to train and evaluate a machine learning model? And we have four options. Option A, you should split the data set into two data sets. One data set is used to train the model and the other data set is to evaluate the model. Option B, you should always use the same data to evaluate the model that you use to train in. Option C, the only time you need to split a data set into training and test sets is when using a regression algorithm. Option D, when splitting a dataset into training and test datasets, the data should remain in order with the first 70 to 80% of the data included in the training dataset and the remaining rows in the test dataset. So the right answers are option A, you should split the dataset into two datasets. One dataset is used to train the model and the other dataset to evaluate the model. So when training and evaluating a new machine learning model, it is important to split the dataset into a training and test dataset. The training dataset is used to train the model and the test dataset is used to evaluate the model. When splitting the data, the rows in the dataset should be selected randomly for the split operation. As a rule of thumb, 70 to 80% of the data goes to the training dataset, with the remaining data added to the test datasets. Question number 29. When you design an AI system to access whether loans should be approved, the factors used to make the decision should be explained. This is an example of which Microsoft guiding principle for responsible AI. And we have four options: transparency, inclusiveness, fairness, privacy, and security. So the right answer here is option A, transparency. Achieving transparency helps the team to understand the data and algorithm used to train the model, what transformation logic was applied to the data, the final model generated and its associated assets. These information offers insights about how the model was created, which allows it to be reproduced in a transparent way. So incorrect answers: option B, inclusiveness mandates that AI should consider all human races and experiences, and inclusive design practices can help developers to understand and address potential barriers that could unintentionally exclude people. Where possible, Speech to text, text to speech, and visual recognition technology should be used to empower people with hearing, visual, and other impairments. Option C. Fairness is a core ethical principle that all humans aim to understand and apply. This principle is even more important than AI systems are being developed. Key checks and balances need to make sure that the system's decisions don't discriminate on run a gender, race, sexual orientation, or religion bias towards a group or individual. Option D. A data holder is obligated to protect the data in an AI system, and privacy and security are an integral part of the system. Personal needs to be secured, and it should be accessed in a way that doesn't compromise an individual's privacy. Question number 30. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: providing an explanation of the outcome of a credit loan application is an example of the Microsoft transparency principle for responsible AI. A triage bot that prioritizes insurance claims based on injuries is an example of the Microsoft reliability and safety principle for responsible AI. An AI solution that is offered at different prices for different sales territories is an example of the Microsoft inclusiveness principle for responsible AI. So the right answers are, so the first statement is true, and the second and third statements are false. So the first statement, achieving transparency helps the team to understand the data and algorithm used to train the model, what transformation logic was applied to the data, the final model generated and its associated assets. This information offers insights about how the model was created, which allows it to be reproduced in a transparent way. The statement 2, a data holder is obligated to protect the data in an AI system, and privacy and security are an integral part of this system. Personal needs to be secured, and it should be accessed in a way that doesn't compromise an individual's privacy. And for the third statement, it's false. Inclusiveness mandates that AI should consider all human races and experiences, and inclusive design practices can help developers to understand and address potential barriers that could unintentionally exclude people. Where possible, speech to text, text to speech, and visual recognition technology should be used to empower people with hearing, visual, and other impairments. Question number 31. Which of the following Azure Cognitive Services can be integrated with Azure Bot Services as the engine that recognizes user intent to create an interactive chatbot application? And we have four options. Option A, language understanding. Option B, custom vision. Option C, anomaly detector. And option D, text analytics. So the right answer here is option A, language understanding. When you create a bot using Azure Bot Services, you need an Azure Cognitive Services with natural language processing to understand and respond to user input. A simple solution would be to use Q&A maker that could be based on an existing frequently asked question knowledge base. However, if the user interaction goes beyond a simple question and answer conversation and should include understanding and processing commands, Q&A maker would not be the right choice. Instead, the language understanding service would be the best option to integrate with the chatbot. A LUIS service can extract intent and entities associated with the request action. Question number 32. Match the principles of responsible AI to appropriate requirements. To answer, drag the appropriate principles from the column on the left to its requirements on the right. Each principle may be used once, more than once, and not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between pans or scroll to view content. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the principles we have: fairness, privacy and security, reliability and safety, transparency. So the right options are: for fairness, the system must not discriminate based on gender, race. Privacy and security, for personal data must be visible only to approve. Transparency, automated decisions making process must be recorded so that approved users can identify why a decision was made. Question number 33. You are creating a bot using Azure Bot Service with Q&A Maker as its knowledge base. Which of the statements regarding bot communication channels are correct? And we have 4 options. Option A, a web chat channel is automatically created for you when you create a bot. Option B, it is possible to send messages to and receive messages from a bot service using Microsoft Teams. Option C, communicating with the bot service through an email channel is not supported. Option D, a bot service can be associated with only one communication channel. So the right answer here is option A and option B. When you create a bot using Azure Bot Service, a web chat channel is automatically created for you. There are also many other channels that you can associate with your bot, including an email channel and a Microsoft Teams channel. A bot service can be associated with one or more communication channels. Question number 34. You plan to deploy an Azure machine learning model as a service that will be used by client applications. Which 3 processes should you perform in sequence before you deploy the model? To answer, move the appropriate process from the list of processes to the answer area and arrange them in the correct order. So the process we have: data encryption, model retraining, model training, data preparation, model evaluation. So the right order here is data preparation, model training, model evaluation. Question number 35. You are building an AI based app. You need to ensure that the app uses the principles for responsible AI. Which 2 principles should you follow? Each correct answer represents part of the solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have 4 options. Option A, implement an agile software development methodology. Option B, implement a process of AI model validation as a part of the software review process. Option C, establish a risk governance committee that includes members of the legal team, members of the risk management team, and a privacy officer. Option D, prevent the disclosure of the use of AI-based algorithm for automated decision making. So the right answer here is option B and option C. Question number 36. When setting up an Azure AutoML experiment, which of the following configuration values are specified for the experiment? Select 2 answers. And we have the following 4 options. Option a primary metric used to compare the results of individual experiment runs. Option B, a list of blocked algorithms that should be excluded from the training runs. Option C, the host name where the best model from the experimental runs should be deployed. Option D, the maximum time allowed to run all experimental runs. So the right answer here is option A and option B. So when setting up an AutoML experiment, the primary metrics is the evaluation metrics by which each AutoML run is compared. The primary metric you choose will depend on the type of machine learning algorithm you are using. Regression algorithms use different primary metrics than classification algorithms. Also available for configuration while setting up an AutoML run is the list of blocked algorithms. With this list, you can explicitly specify a set of algorithms that AutoML will skip while running experiments to determine the best algorithm. For a complete list of configuration settings, see the AutoML product documentation. Question number 37. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. According to Microsoft Dash principles of responsible AI, AI systems should not reflect biases from the data sets that are used to train the systems. The right answer here is fairness. According to Microsoft Fairness Principle of Responsible AI, AI systems should not reflect biases from the data sets that are used to train the systems. Question number 38. Match the types of AI workloads to the appropriate scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate workload type from the column on the left to its scenarios on the right. Each workload type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So workload types we have anomaly detection, computer vision, knowledge mining, natural language processing. So the right workload types are knowledge mining, an automated chatbot to answer questions about refunds and exchanges. Computer vision, determining whether a photo contains a person. Natural language processing, determining whether a review is positive or negative. Question number 39. You are using Azure's computer vision service to suggest tags that describe features identified in an image. You are using the computer vision REST endpoint, and the JSON response includes one or more tags that have been identified. What other information is also included with each tag in the JSON response? And we have four options. Option A confidence score that indicates how likely the tag correctly matches the content in the image. Option B, a set of coordinates given by a bounding box that identifies the tag's location in the image. Option C, a URL that provides a full description of the tag. Option D, a count indicating how many times the tag is found in the image. So the right option here is option A confidence score that indicates how likely the tag correctly matches the content in the image. Each tag in the response includes the name of the tag and a confidence score that indicates how likely the tag correctly matches the content in the image. A confidence score is a number from 0 to 1, with values closer to 1 indicating high confidence that the tag correctly identifies features in the image. Tags do not include a bounding box to locate each feature. If location information is needed, use the Object Detection Computer Vision API instead. Question number 40. Match the machine learning task to the appropriate scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate task from the column on the left to its scenarios on the right. Each task may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. Learning types we have feature engineering, feature selection, model deployment, model evaluation, model training. So the right task for are model evaluation for examining the values of a confusion matrix. Feature engineering, splitting a date into month, day, and year fields. Feature selection, picking temperature, and pressure to train a weather model. Question number 41. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Data values that influence the prediction of a model are called, and we have four options. So the right option here is features. Question number 42. You would like to have your web chatbot application support speech output. Which of the following channels would you need to configure for your bot service? We have four options: direct line channel, custom channel, voice channel, speech channel. So the right answer here is option A, direct line channel. You will need a direct line channel to support speech output for your web chatbot application. So question number 43. You have the predicted versus true chart shown in the following exhibit. Which type of model is the chart used to evaluate? And we have three options: classification, regression, clustering. So you can pause the video to have a look at the chart. So the right option here is option B, regression. So prediction versus true shows the relationship between a predicted value and its correlating true value for a regression problem. This graph can be used to measure performance of a model as the closer to the y is equals to x line the predicted values are, the better the accuracy of a predictive model. Question number 44. Which type of machine learning should you use to predict the number of gift cards that will be sold next month? And we have three options: classification, regression, clustering. So the right answer here is option B, regression. In the most basic sense, regression refers to prediction of a numeric target. Linear regression attempts to establish a linear relationship between one or more dependent variables and a numeric outcome or dependent variable. You use this module to define a linear regression method and then train a model using a labeled dataset. The trained model can then be used to make predictions. Question number 45. Which of the following statements best describes the characteristics of a classification model in Azure Machine Learning? Choose two answers. And we have four options. Option A, classification algorithms use labeled training data to build a model and predict the category of yet unseen data items. Option B, classification algorithms are an example of unsupervised machine learning. Option C, classification algorithms take unlabeled data and groups the data into two or more categories. Option D, classification algorithms can predict both binary and multi-class classification problems. So the right answer here is option A and option D. Classification algorithms use labeled training data to build a model and predict the category of unseen data items. Classification algorithms are an example of supervised learning and can predict either binary and multi-class classification problems. It is clustering algorithms and not classification algorithms take unlabeled data and groups the data into two or more categories. Question number 46. You have a data set that contains information about taxi journeys that occur during a given period. You need to train a model to predict the fare of a taxi journey. What should you use as a feature? And we have four options. Option A, the number of taxi journeys in the dataset. Option B, the trip distance of individual taxi journeys. Option C, the fare of individual taxi journeys. Option D, the trip ID of individual taxi journeys. So the right answer here is option B, the trip distance of individual taxi journeys. The label is the column you want to predict. The identified features are the inputs you give the model to predict the label. Example, the provided dataset contains the following columns. Vendor ID, the ID of the taxi vendor is a feature. Rate code, the rate type of the taxi trip is a feature. Passenger count, the number of passengers on the trip is a feature. Trip time in seconds, the amount of time the trip took. You want to predict the fare of the trip before the trip is completed. At that moment, you don't know how long the trip would take. Thus, the trip time is not a feature and you will exclude this column from the model. Trip distance, the distance of the trip is a feature. Payment type, the payment method, cash or credit card is a feature. Fare amount, the total taxi fare paid is the label. Question number 47. You need to predict the sea level in meters for the next 10 years. Which type of machine learning should you use? We have three options: classification, regression, clustering. So the right answer here is option B, regression. In the most basic sense, regression refers to prediction of a numeric target. Linear regression attempts to establish a linear relationship between one or more dependent variables and a numeric outcome or dependent variable. Use this module to define a linear regression method and then train a model using a labeled dataset. The trained model can then be used to make predictions. Question number 48. What key piece of information do you need to call your Q&A maker service from a client application? And we have four options. Option A, the REST endpoint URL for your Q&A maker service. Option B, the global unique Q&A maker application name. Option C, the host name of the machine hosting your Q&A maker service. And option D, the region where your Q&A maker service is deployed. So the right answer here is option A, the REST endpoint URL for your Q&A maker service. After setting up and training Q&A maker, you will need the REST endpoint URL for your Q&A maker service. Question number 49. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: automated machine learning is the process of automating the time-consuming, iterative tasks of machine learning model development. Automated machine learning can automatically infer the training data from the use case provided. Automated machine learning works by running multiple training iterations that are scored and ranked by the metrics you specify. Automated machine learning enables you to specify a dataset and will automatically understand which label to predict. So the right options are, so the first statement is true and the second one is false. The third statement is true and the fourth statement is false. Automated machine learning, also referred to as automated ML or auto ML, is the process of automating the time-consuming, iterative tasks of machine learning model development. It allows data scientists, analysts, and developers to build ML models with high scale, efficiency, and productivity, all while sustaining model quality. Statement number 3 is true. During training, Azure Machine Learning creates a number of pipelines in parallel that try different algorithms and parameters for you. The service iterates through ML algorithms paired with feature selections, where each iteration produces a model with a training score. The higher the score, the better the model is considered to fit your data. It will stop once it hits the exit criteria defined in the experiment. Statement 4 is false. Apply automated machine learning when you want Azure machine learning to train and tune a model for you using the target metric you specify. The label is the column you want to predict. Question number 50. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A banking system that predicts whether a loan will be repaid is an example of the dash type of machine learning. And we have 3 options. The right answer here is classification. Two-class classification provides the answer to simple two-choice questions such as yes and no or true or false. Question number 51. Dash occurs when a model matches training data so closely that it doesn't generalize well to other data. We have 4 options: underfitting, overfitting, drift, root mean squared error. So the right answer here is option B, overfitting. A common problem to be on the lookout for with any machine learning model is overfitting the data. Overfitting happens when the model performs very well on the training dataset but does not perform well with unseen test data. Question number 52. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: labeling is the process of tagging training data with known values. You should evaluate a model by using the same data used to train the model. Accuracy is always the primary metric used to measure a model's performance. So the first statement is true and the second and third statements are false. In machine learning, if you have labeled data, that means your data is marked up or annotated to show the target, which is the answer you want your machine learning model to predict. In general, data labeling can refer to a task that include data tagging, annotation, classification, moderation, transcription, or processing. So the third statement is false. Accuracy is simply the proportion of correctly classified instances. It is usually the first metric you look at when evaluating a classifier. However, when the test data is unbalanced, or you are more interested in the performance on either one of the classes, accuracy doesn't really capture the effectiveness of a classifier. So question number 53. Which service should you use to extract text, key value pairs, and table data automatically from scanned documents? And we have 4 options: form recognizer, text analytics, language understanding, custom vision. So the right answer here is option A, form recognizer. Accelerate your business processes by automating information extraction. Form recognizer applies advanced machine learning to accurately extract text, key value pairs, and tables from documents. With just a few samples, Form Recognizer tailors its understanding to your documents. both on premises and in the cloud. Turns forms into usable data at a fraction of the time and cost, so you can focus more time acting on the information rather than compiling it. Question number 54. Azure Speech Services can be used in a variety of applications. Which of the following correctly matches the use case with the appropriate speech service? Choose two answers. And we have the following four options. So the right answer here is option A and option B. Question number 55. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. The ability to extract subtotals and totals from a receipt is a capability of the dash service. And we have the following four options. So the right answer here is form recognizer. Accelerate your business processes by automating information extraction. Form recognizer applies advanced machine learning to accurately extract text, key value pairs, and tables from documents. With just a few samples, Form Recognizer tailors its understanding to your documents, both on premises and in the cloud. Turn forms into usable data at a fraction of the time and cost, so you can focus more time acting on the information rather than compiling it. Question number 56. You use Azure Machine Learning Designer to publish an inference pipeline. Which two parameters should you use to access the web service? Each correct answer represents part of the solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have the following four options. Option A, the model name. Option B, the training endpoint. Option C, the authentication key. And option D, the REST endpoint. So the right answer here is option C and option D. You can consume a published pipeline in the published pipelines page. Select a published pipeline and find the REST endpoint of it. To consume the pipeline, you need the REST endpoint for your service, the primary key for your service. Question number 57. Which of the following features are supported by the Azure Text Analytics API? Choose two answers. And we have the following four options. Language detection, named entity recognition, speech to text to speech services, text identification in an image. So the right answers are option A and option B. The Azure Text Analytics API supports language detection and named entity recognition, along with several other features. Language detection is used to detect the language for a given text document. Named entity recognition can identify people, places, organizations, and quantities included in an input text document. The other features that are listed in the choice list are available with Azure Cognitive Services. Feature user intent extraction, service language understanding. Feature text to speech services, service text to speech service. Feature text identification in image, service computer vision, optical character recognition. Question number 58. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. From Azure Machine Learning Designer, To deploy a real-time inference pipeline as a service for others to consume, you must deploy the model to, and we have the following four options. So the right answer here is Azure Kubernetes Services, AKS. To perform real-time inferencing, you must deploy a pipeline as a real-time endpoint. Real-time endpoints must be deployed to an Azure Kubernetes service cluster. Question number 59. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Predicting how many hours of overtime a delivery person will work based on the number of orders received is an example of, and we have the following three options: classification, clustering, regression. So the right answer here is regression. In the most basic sense, regression refers to prediction of a numeric target. Linear regression attempts to establish a linear relationship between one or more independent variable and a numeric outcome or dependent variable. You use this module to define a linear regression method and then train a model using a labeled dataset. The trained model can then be used to make predictions. Question number 60. You have just trained and published an Azure language understanding model. You plan to use the REST endpoint in your application to respond to user questions and commands. When you send a user question or command to the REST endpoint for your LUIS model, what information is included in the response? And we have the following four options: a list of intents with the confidence score. Option B, a list of potential utterances with a confidence score. Option C, a list of entities extracted from the input question command. Option D, the language of the input questions command. So the right answer here is option A and option C. The primary information included in a response from invoking a LUIS endpoint with a command or question as input is the top intent, a list of all intents, a list of entities extracted from the input question command. The confidence score assigned to each intent is a value from 0 to 1, with values closer to 1 indicating greater confidence that the intent was being correctly identified. For more information about the JSON response from invoking a LUIS endpoint, see the LUIS document. Question number 61. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: Azure Machine Learning Designer provides a drag and drop visual canvas to build, test, and deploy machine learning models. Azure Machine Learning Designer enables you to save your progress as a pipeline draft. Azure Machine Learning Designer enables you to include custom JavaScript functions. So the first statement is true, and the second one is true, and the third statement is false. So the first statement is true. Azure Machine Learning Designer lets you visually connect datasets and modules on an interactive canvas to create machine learning models. Second statement is true. With the designer, you can connect the models to create a pipeline draft. As you edit a pipeline in the designer, your progress is saved as a pipeline draft. Third statement is false. Question number 62. You have the following dataset. You can pause the video to have a look at the dataset. You plan to use the dataset to train a model that will predict the house price categories of houses. What are household income and house price category? To answer, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. The household income, we have two options, a feature, a label. House price category, we have two options, a feature, a label. So the right options are household income, a feature, and house price category, a label. Question number 63. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Azure Machine Learning Designer lets you create machine learning models by, and we have the following four options. So the right answer here is adding and connecting modules on a visual canvas. Question number 64. You're working on an application that uses Azure Machine Learning to predict the correct medication and dosage for a patient based on their symptoms. The application must undergo rigorous testing and validation before product launch to ensure patients are given the proper medication. Which responsible AI practice is addressed with proper testing and validation? And we have the following four options. Option A, reliability and safety. Option B, continuous improvement. Option C, accountability. And option D, inclusiveness. So the right answer here is option A, reliability and safety. Properly testing and validating an AI product will ensure that it performs reliably and safely. Question number 65. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have the following three statements. Automated machine learning provides you with the ability to include custom Python scripts in a training pipeline. Automated machine learning implements machine learning solutions without the need for programming experience. Automated machine learning provides you with the ability to visually connect datasets and modules on an interactive canvas. So the first statement is false, the second one is true, and the third statement is false. Question number 66. A medical research project uses a large anonymized dataset of brain scan images that are characterized into predefined brain hemorrhage types. You need to use machine learning to support early detection of the different brain hemorrhages types in the images before the images are reviewed by a person. This is an example of which type of machine learning. And we have the following three options: clustering, regression, classification. So the right answer here is option C, classification. Question number 67. Which Azure machine learning feature offers the ability to build and deploy no-code predictive models using a drag and drop interface? And we have the following four options: Azure Machine Learning Designer, Azure Automated ML, Text Analytics, Q&A Maker. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Machine Learning Designer. Azure Machine Learning Designer offers the ability to build and deploy no-code predictive models using a drag and drop interface. Question number 68. When training a model, why should you randomly split the rows into separate subsets? And we have the following three options. Option A, to train the model twice to attain better accuracy. Option B, to train multiple models simultaneously to attain better performance. Option C, to test the model by using data that was not used to train the model. So the right answer here is option C, to test the model by using data that was not used to train the model. Question number 69. You need to predict the income range of a given customer by using the following dataset. You can pause the video to have a look at the dataset. Which two fields should you use as features? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. We have the following five options: education level, last name, age, income range, first name. So the right options are option A and C, education level, age. First name, last name, age, and education level are features. Income range is a label. First name and last name are irrelevant in that they have no bearing on income. Age and education level are the features you should use. Question number 70. Which of the following application features uses natural language processing, NLP? Choose two answers. And we have the following four options. Option A, analyze written text and highlight key phrases. Option B, translate text from one language to another. Option C, translate a handwritten note contained in an image into text. Option D, locate text that is included in an image. So the right answer here is option A and option B. The following features use natural language processing: translate text from one language to another, analyze written text and highlight key phrases. The other two features do not involve NLP. Instead, these features use optical character recognition and involve identifying text within an image. Question number 71. You are building a tool that will process images from retail stores and identify the products of competitors. The solution will use a custom model. Which Azure Cognitive Services service should you use? And we have the following four options: custom vision, form recognizer, face, computer vision. So the right answer here is option A, custom vision. Question number 72. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. Organizing documents into groups based on similarities of the text contained in the documents is an example of clustering. Grouping similar patients based on symptoms and diagnostic test results is an example of clustering. Predicting whether a person will develop mild, moderate, or severe allergy symptoms based on pollen count is an example of clustering. So the right options are, so the first two statements are true and the third statement is false. Clustering is a machine learning task that is used to group instances of data into clusters that contain similar characteristics. Clustering can also be used to identify relationships in a dataset. Regression is a machine learning task that is used to predict the value of the label from a set of related features. Question number 73. Which statement about Azure automated machine learning is true? Choose two answers. And we have the following four options. Option A, AutoML is used to automatically select the best machine learning algorithm for your dataset. Option B, you can choose to use either the Python SDK or a no-code user interface to build an AutoML experiment. Option C, in order to use AutoML, developers must have a strong understanding of various machine learning algorithms. Option D, an AutoML will not perform a train test split operation. You must provide both a train and test dataset for an AutoML experiment. So the right options are option A and option B. Azure AutoML provides a no-code option to select the best machine learning algorithm for your dataset automatically. To use AutoML, users do not need to have a strong background in machine learning. AutoML will automatically split your data into the appropriate train and test datasets needed to run and evaluate each experiment. So question number 74. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And you have the following three statements. A validation set includes the set of input examples that you will be used to train a mode. A validation set can be used to determine how well a model predicts labels. A validation set can be used to verify that all the training data was used to train the model. So the right options here are, so the first statement is false, the second statement is true, and the third statement is false. The validation dataset is different from the test dataset that is held back from the training of the model. And statement true, 2 is true. A validation dataset is a sample of data that is used to give an estimate of model skill while turning models hyperparameters. The third statement is false. The test dataset, not the validation set used for this. The test dataset is a sample of data used to provide an unbiased evaluation of a final model fit on the training dataset. So question number 75. What are two metrics that you can use to evaluate a regression model? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have the following five options: coefficient of determination, F1 score, root mean squared error, area under curve, balanced accuracy. So the right answer here is option A and option C. Option A, R squared. Our coefficient of determination represents the predictive power of the model as a value between INF and 1.00.1.00, means there is a perfect fit and the fit can be arbitrarily poor, so the scores can be negative. Option C, RMS loss or root mean squared error measures the difference between values predicted by a model and the values observed from the environment that is being modeled. So incorrect answers: option B, F1 score, also known as balanced F score or F measure, is used to evaluate a classification model. Option D, AUC, ROC or area under the curve is used to evaluate a classification model. Question number 76. You are using Azure Machine Learning Designer to train and evaluate a machine learning model. You cannot find the built-in model to complete a data transformation step needed to complete your workflow. Which of the following option is the best choice for you to complete the required data transformation? And we have the following four options. Option A, use the execute Python script model with custom Python code written to perform the data transformation. Option B, use Azure AutoML instead of Azure Machine Learning Designer. Option C, cleanse and transform the training data before importing into Azure Machine Learning Designer. Option D, build your training model using the Azure Machine Learning APIs instead of Azure Machine Learning Designer. So the right option here is option A. Use the execute Python script model with custom Python code written to perform the data transformation. Although Azure Machine Learning Designer has many built-in modules for building no-code machine learning workflows, if there is a situation where custom code is needed, there are two modules you can use: execute Python script, execute R script. Question number 77. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Predicting how many vehicles will travel across a bridge on a given day is an example of, and we have the following three options: classification, clustering, regression. So the right option here is regression. Regression is a machine learning task that is used to predict the value of the label from a set of related features. Question number 78. You need to use Azure Machine Learning Designer to build a model that will predict automobile prices. Which type of module should you use to complete the model? To answer, drag the appropriate models to the correct locations. Each module may be used once, more than once, or not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between pans or scroll to view content. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So we have the following modules: convert to CSV, k-means clustering, linear regression, split data, select columns in dataset, summarize data. So the right options are select columns in dataset, split data, linear regression. Question number 79. Which type of machine learning should you use to identify groups of people who have similar purchasing habits? And we have the following three options: classification, regression, clustering. So the right option here is option C, clustering. Clustering is a machine learning task that is used to group instances of data into clusters that contain similar characteristics. Clustering can also be used to identify relationships in a data set. Question number 80. When using Azure Cognitive Services, which of the following is not a common computer vision task? And we have four options. Option A, translate text found in an image from one language to another. Option B, detect human faces within an image. Option C, detect handwritten text within an image. And option D, classify an image based on what the image contains. So the right answer here is option A. While it is possible to detect text in an image, translating the text from one language to another is not a computer vision task. It is possible to translate text from one language to another using the translator service. Question number 81. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Dash models can be used to predict the sale price of actioned items. So the right answer here is regression. Regression is a machine learning task that is used to predict the value of the label from a set of related features. Question number 82. Which metric can you use to evaluate a classification model? And we have four options: true positive rate, mean absolute error, coefficient of determination, root mean squared error. So the right answer here is option A, true positive rate. What does a good model look like? An ROC curve that approaches the top left corner with 100% true positive rate and 0% false positive rate will be the best model. A random model would display as a flat line from the bottom left to the top right corner. Worse than random would dip below the y is equals to x line. Question number 83. You work for an analytics company and are working on an application to detect credit card fraud. You want to create a model to predict whether or not a particular credit card transaction is fraudulent. You have historical transactions data to build your model. Which Azure service should you use to build this model? And we have four options. Option A, Azure Machine Learning. Option B, Anomaly Detection. Option C, Text Analytics. And option D, Form Recognizer. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Machine Learning. The following services are part of Azure Cognitive Services: Form Recognizer, Text Analytics, and Anomaly Detection. Cognitive services allow developers to build AI-based applications without significant AI, machine learning, or data science skills. In a way, you can consider cognitive services are machine learning AS, machine learning as a service. This type of pre-built services is not what is needed in the scenario presented. Instead, you have been asked to build a custom prediction model based on your particular dataset. For this, you would use Azure Machine Learning. There are no code options available to help build models, even if you do not have significant machine learning knowledge. Question number 84. Which two components can you drag onto a canvas in Azure Machine Learning Designer? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have the following four options: dataset, compute, pipeline, module. So the right answer here is option A and option D, dataset and module. You can drag and drop datasets and modules onto the canvas. Question number 85. You need to create a training dataset and validation dataset from an existing dataset. Which module in the Azure Machine Learning Designer should you use? And we have the following four options: select columns in dataset, add rows, split data, join data. So the right answer here is option C, split data. A common way of evaluating a model is to divide the data into a training and test set by using split data, and then validate the model on the training data. Use the split data module to divide a dataset into two distinct sets. The studio currently supports training, validation, data splits. Question number 86. Which of the following Azure Cognitive Services would you choose to help build a conversational client application using artificial intelligence to answer customer questions? And we have the following four options: Q&A Maker, Text Analytics, Form Recognizer, Content Moderator. So the right answer here is option A, Q&A Maker. If you are would like to build a bot that pulls information from existing frequently asked question documents to answer user questions, then Q&A Make is the right choice to build your bot's knowledge base. Question number 87. Match the types of machine learning to the appropriate scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate machine learning type from the column on the left to its scenario on the right. Each machine learning type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So learning types we have classification, clustering, regression. So the right learning type for the statements are regression, predict how many minutes late a flight will arrive based on the amount of snowfall at an airport. Clustering, segment customers into different groups to support a marketing department. Classification, predict whether a student will complete a university course. So statement 1, regression. In the most basic sense, regression refers to prediction of a numeric target. Linear regression attempts to establish a linear relationship between one or more independent variables and a numeric outcome or dependent variable. You use this module to define a linear regression method and then train a model using a labeled dataset. The trained model can then be used to make predictions. Clustering. Clustering in machine learning is a method of grouping data points into similar clusters. It is also called segmentation. Over the years, many clustering algorithms have been developed. Almost all clustering algorithms use the features of individual items to find similar items. For example, you might apply clustering to find similar people by demographics. You might use clustering with text analysis to group sentences with similar topics or sentiment. Statement 3, classification. Two-class classification provides the answer to simple two-choice questions such as yes, no, or true or false. Question number 88. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. A dash is the calculated probability of a correct image classification. And we have the following four options. So the right option here is accuracy. The accuracy is the calculated probability of a correct image classification. Question number 89. Using Azure Machine Learning Designer, you have just developed and deployed a machine learning model to predict a used car's price. Given key pieces of information about the car, you are now ready to call the deployed model for predictions from an application you are building. What information do you need to make a price prediction using the deployed model? Choose two answers. And we have the following four options. Option A, the REST endpoint URL for the deployed model. Option B, authentication key. And option C, resource group ID. And option D, inference cluster name. So the right answer here is option A and option B. To invoke a deployed machine learning model, You will need the REST endpoint URL for the deployed model and the authentication key. Question number 90. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Ensuring an AI system does not provide a prediction when important fields contain unusual or missing values is dash principle for responsible AI. So the right answer here is reliability and safety. Question number 91. Which statements about Azure Speech Services capabilities are true? Choose two answers. And we have the following four options. Option A, the speech to text service cannot recognize or moderate profanity in an input audio file. Option B, the speech to text API provides a batch transcript API that can be used to batch process larger audio files. And option C, when using the text to speech API, you can configure speech settings such as speed and volume. And option D, speech translation is available through both the SDK and the REST API. So the right answer here is option B and option C. The speech to text service can recognize profanity in an input audio file, and you can choose to keep it as is, mask it, or remove it. The speech to text service offers a real time synchronous API suitable for short audio files or an asynchronous batch API that can be used to process larger input files. Both the text to speech and speech to text API support multiple languages. When using the text to speech service, you can use the speech synthesis markup language to define the synthesized speech settings for things like speaker volume and speed. Finally, the speech translation service does not provide a REST API. It is only available with a SDK. Question number 92. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Ensuring that the numeric variables in training data are on a similar scale is an example of, and we have the following four options. So the right answer here is feature selection. So ensuring that the numerical variables in training data are on similar scale is an example of feature selection. Question number 93. Which term completes the following definition of an Azure machine learning concept? A dash is a workflow you build to manage the data and modules used to train and evaluate a machine learning model. And we have the following four options: pipeline, experiment, Jupyter Notebook, workspace. So the right answer here is option A, pipeline. In Azure Machine Learning, a pipeline is a workflow you build to manage the data and modules used to train and evaluate a machine learning model. Question number 94. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Assigning classes to images before training a classification model is an example of, and we have the following four options. So the right answer here is labeling. Assigning classes to images before training a classification model is an example of labeling. Question number 95. Which of the following types of applications are a common consumer of Azure Cognitive Services Q&A Maker? Choose two answers. And we have the following four options: social media applications, chatbots, language translation applications, applications used to review and moderate content, text and audio. So the right answer here is option A and option B. Q&A Maker can be used as a knowledge base when building conversational clients, often associated with social media applications and chatbots. Question number 96. You have an Azure machine learning model that predicts product quality. The model has a training dataset that contains 50,000 records. A sample of the data is shown in the following table. You can pause the video to have a look at the table. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: mass is a feature, quality test is a label, temperature is a label. So the right options are, so the first two statements are true, the third statement is false. Question number 97. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the statements are: you train a regression model by using unlabeled data. The classification technique is used to predict sequential numerical data over time. Grouping items by their common characteristics is an example of clustering. So the right options are, so the first two statements are true and the third statement is false. Question number 98. Which of the following is not a capability of the Azure Computer Vision Service? Choose two answers. And we have the following four options. Option A, describe an image with a phrase or sentence. Option B, detect printed or handwritten text found in an image. Option C, train a custom model to identify domain-specific entities in an image. Option D, extract text and key value pairs from documents. So the right answer here is option C and option D. Of the capabilities listed, there are two that are not features offered by the Azure Computer Vision Service. Train a custom model to identify domain-specific entities is an image. Extract text and key value pairs from documents. However, these capabilities do exist with other Azure cognitive services. For example, it is possible to train and publish a custom model to identify and locate domain-specific entities in an image using Azure Custom Vision services. Also, you can use Form Recognizer to extract text and key value pairs from documents. So question number 99. Which two actions are performed during the data ingestion and data preparation stage of an Azure machine learning process? Each correct answer represents part of the solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have the following five options. Option A, calculate the accuracy of the model. Option B, score test data by using the model. Option C, combine multiple datasets. Option D, use the model for real-time predictions. And option E, remove records that have missing values. So the right answer here is option C and option E. Question number 100. You need to predict the animal population of an area. Which Azure machine learning type should you use? And we have the following three options: regression, clustering, classification. So the right answer here is option A, regression. Regression is a supervised machine learning technique used to predict numeric values. Question number 101. Which of the following are one of the Azure Cognitive Services 6 principles of responsible AI? Choose two answers. And we have the following four options: transparency, fairness, communication, collaboration. So the right answer here is option A and option B, transparency and fairness. The Azure Cognitive Services 6 principles of responsible AI are fairness, transparency, inclusiveness, accountability, safety and reliability, security and privacy. Question number 102. Which two languages can you use to write custom code for Azure Machine Learning Designer? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. We have the following four options: Python, R, C, Scala. So the right answer here is option A and option B, Python and R language. Use Azure Machine Learning Designer for customizing using Python and R code. Question number 103. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have the following three statements. For a regression model, labels must be numeric. And for a clustering model, labels must be used. For a classification model, labels must be numeric. So the right options are: the first statement is true, and the second and third statements are false. Question number 104. You are building an application that allows you to search the transcripts of recorded conversations from your customer support call center. Which Azure Cognitive Service would you use to convert audio from call center conversations into text? And we have the following four options: speech to text, language understanding, translator, text analytics. So the right answer here is option A, speech to text. The Azure Speech to Text service can convert audio files to text and supports a variety of languages. Question number 105. Your company wants to build a recycling machine for bottles. The recycling machine must automatically identify bottles of the correct shape and reject all other items. Which type of AI workload should the company use? And we have the following four options: anomaly detection, conversational AI, computer vision, natural language processing. So the right option here is option C, computer vision. Azure Computer Vision Service gives you access to advanced algorithms that process images and return information based on the visual features you are interested in. For example, computer vision can determine whether an image contains adult content, find specific brands or objects, or find human faces. Question number 106. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. Statements are: when creating an object detection model in the custom vision service, you must choose a classification type of either multi-label or multi-class. You can create an object detection model in the custom vision service to find the location of content within an image. So when creating an object detection model in the custom vision service, you can select from a set of predefined domains. So the right options are, so the first statement is false and the second and third statements are true. So question number 107. In Azure Cognitive Services, what is a Q&A knowledge base? And we have the following four options. Option A data set that includes question and answer pairs. Option B, a data set that includes a list of utterances and intents. Option C, a data set that includes a set of industry-specific terms and the corresponding definition. Option D, a database that includes training data sets for a variety of conversational AI scenarios. So the right answer here is option A data set that includes question and answer pairs. When you set up Q&A Maker, you create a knowledge base that includes a set of questions and answer pairs. Each answer can have multiple forms of the same question. Once your Q&A Maker service is deployed, it can take a user questions as input and process it to determine the appropriate answers found in the knowledge base. Question number 108. In which two scenarios can you use the form recognizer service? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have the following four options. Option A, extract the invoice number from an invoice. Option B, translate a form from French to English. Option C, find image of product in a catalog. Option D, identify the retailer from a receipt. So the right answer here is option A and option D. Question number 109. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Counting the number of animals in an area based on a video feed is an example of, and we have the following four options. So the right answer here is computer vision. Counting the number of animals in an area based on a video feed is an example of computer vision. Question number 110. You want to build a web-based application that uses conversational AI to answer a variety of user questions. Which Azure service is the best choice? And we have the following four options: Azure Bot Service, Translator, Text Analytics, Speech Translation. So the right answer here is option A, Azure Bot Service. The Azure Bot Service provides the Bot Framework SDK and Bot Framework Composer to help teams build and deploy bots. A bot is a service capable of interacting with the user in a similar way to how the user would interact with another person. The purpose of a bot is to automate relatively simple and repetitive tasks so that human intervention is not needed. You have a database that contains a list of employees and their photos. You're tagging new photos of the employees. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So you have the following three statements. The face service can be used to perform facial recognition for employees. The face service will be more accurate if you provide more sample photos of each employee from different angles. If an employee is wearing sunglasses, the face service will always fail to recognize the employee. So the right options are, so the first two statements are true and the third statement is false. Question number 112. You need to develop a mobile app for employees to scan and store their expenses while traveling. Which type of computer vision should you use? And we have the following four options: semantic segmentation, image classification, object detection, optical character recognition. So the right answer here is option D, optical character recognition. Azure's computer vision API includes optical character recognition capabilities that extract printed or handwritten text from images. You can extract text from images such as photos of license plates or containers with serial numbers, as well as from documents, invoice, bills, financial reports, articles, and more. Question number 113. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So we have the following statements. The custom vision service can be used to detect objects in an image. The custom vision service requires that you provide your own data to train the model. The custom vision service can be used to analyze video files. So the right answers are, so the first two statements are true and the third statement is false. So the first statement is true. Custom vision functionality can be divided into two features. Image classification applies one or more labels to an image. Object detection is similar, but it also returns the coordinates in the image where applied labels can be found. And option 2 is true. The custom vision service uses a machine learning algorithm to analyze images. You, the developer, submit groups of images that feature the lack of the characteristics in question. You label the images yourself at the time of submission. Then the algorithm trains to these data and calculates its own accuracy by testing itself on those same images. The third statement is false. Custom vision service can be used only on graphic files. Question number 114. You are processing photos of runners in a race. You need to read the numbers on the runner's shirt to identify the runners in the photo. Which type of computer vision should you use? And we have the following four options: facial recognition, optical character recognition, image classification, object detection. So the right option here is option B, optical character recognition.
Optical character recognition allows you to extract printed or handwritten text from images and documents. Question number 115. Match the types of machine learning to the appropriate scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate machine learning type from the column on the left to its scenarios on the right. Each machine learning type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So machine learning types we have facial detection, facial recognition, image classification, object detection, optical character recognition, semantic segmentation. So the right machine learning types are image classification, separate image of polar bears and brown bears. Object detection, determine the location of a bear in a photo. Semantic segmentation determines which pixels in an image are part of a bear. So image classification is a supervised learning problem. Define a set of target classes and train a model to recognize them using labeled example photos. An object detection is a computer vision problem. While closely related to image classification, object detection performs image classification at a more granular scale. Object detection both locates and categorizes entities within images. And semantic segmentation achieves fine-grained inference by making dense predictions inferring labels for every pixel so that each pixel is labeled with a class of its enclosing objects or origin. Question number 116. Use drones to identify where weeds grow between rows of crops to send an instructions for the removal of the weeds. This is an example of which type of computer vision. And we have the following three options: object detection, optical character recognition, scene segmentation. So the right option here is option A, object detection. Object detection is similar to tagging, but the API returns the bounding box coordinates for each tag applied. For example, if an image contains a dog, cat, and person, the detect operation will list those objects together with their coordinates in the image. So the incorrect options are optical character recognition allows you to extract printed or handwritten text from images and documents. Scene segmentation determines when a scene changes in a video based on visual cues. A scene depicts a single event and it's composed by a series of consecutive shots which are semantically related. Question number 217. Match the facial recognition task to the appropriate questions. To answer, drag the appropriate task from the column on the left to its question on the right. Each task may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So we have the following tasks: grouping, identification, similarity, verification. So the right tasks for the statements are verification: do two images of a face belong to the same person? Similarity: does this person look like other people? Grouping: do all the faces belong together? Identification: who's this person in this group of people? So face verification checks the likelihood that two faces belong to the same person and receives a confidence score. And face detection: detect one or more human faces along with attributes such as age, emotion, pose, smile, and facial hair, including 27 landmark of each face in the image. Question number 118. Match the types of computer vision workloads to the appropriate scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate workload type from the column on the left to its scenarios on the right. Each workload type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the workload types we have facial recognition, image classification, object detection, optical character recognition, OCR. So the correct workload type for the statements are facial recognition, identify celebrities in image, optical character recognition, extract movie title names from movie poster image, object detection, we have locate vehicles in images. Question number 119. You need to determine the location of cars in an image so that you can estimate the distance between the cars. Which type of computer vision should you use? And we have the following four options: optical character recognition, object detection, image classification, face detection. So the right answer here is option B, object detection. Object detection is similar to tagging, but the API returns the bounding box coordinates for each object found. For example, if an image contains a dog, cat, and person, the detect operation will list those objects together with their coordinates in the image. You can use this functionality to process the relationships between the objects in an image. It also lets you determine whether there are multiple instances of the same tag in an image. The detect API applies tags based on the objects or living things identified in the image. There is currently no formal relationship between the tagging taxonomy and the object detection taxonomy. At a conceptual level, the detect API only finds objects and living things, while the tag API can also include contextual terms like indoor, which can't be localized with bounding boxes. Question number 120. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. You can use the dash service to train an object detection model by using your own images. And we have the following four options: computer vision, custom vision, form recognizer, video indexer. So the right option here is custom vision. Azure Custom Vision is a cognitive service that lets you build, deploy, and improve your own image classifiers. An image classifier is an AI service that applies labels to images according to their visual characteristics, unlike the computer vision service. Custom Vision allows you to specify the labels to apply. The Custom Vision service uses a machine learning algorithm to apply labels to images. You, the developer, must submit groups of images that feature and lack the characteristics in question. You label the images yourself at the time of submission, then the algorithm trains to these data and calculates its own accuracy by testing itself on those same images. Once the algorithm is trained, you can test, retrain, and eventually use it to classify new images according to the needs of your app. You can also export the model itself for offline use. So question number 121. You send an image to a computer vision API and receives back the annotated image shown in the exhibit. Which type of computer vision was used? And we have the following four options: object detection, face detection, optical character recognition, image classification. So the right option here is option A, object detection. Object detection is similar to tagging, but the API returns the bounding box coordinates for each object found. For example, if an image contains a dog, cat, and a person, the detect operation will list those objects together with their coordinates in the image. You can use this functionality to process the relationships between the objects in an image. It also lets you determine whether there are multiple instances of the same tag in an image. The Detect API applies tags based on the objects or living things identified in the image. There is currently no formal relationship between the tagging taxonomy and the object detection taxonomy. At a conceptual level, the Detect API only finds objects and living things, while the Tag API can also include contextual terms like indoor, which can't be localized with bounding boxes. So question number 122. What are two tasks that can be performed by using the computer vision service? Each correct answer presents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have the following four options. Option A, train a custom image classification model. Option B, detect faces in an image. Option C, recognize handwritten text. Option D, translate the text in an image between languages. So the right option here is option B and option C. So Azure Computer Vision Service provides developers with access to advanced algorithms that process images and return information based on the visual features you are interested in. For example, computer vision can determine whether an image contains adult content, find specific brands or objects, or find human faces. Computer vision includes optical character recognition capabilities. You can use the new Read API to extract printed and handwritten text from images and documents. Question number 123. What is a use case for classification? And we have the following four options. Option A, predicting how many cups of coffee a person will drink based on how many hours the person slept the previous night. Option B, analyzing the contents of images and grouping images that have similar colors. Option C, predicting whether someone uses a bicycle to travel to work based on the distance from home to work. Option D, predicting how many minutes it will take someone to run a race based on past race times. So the right option here is option C, predicting whether someone uses a bicycle to travel to work based on the distance from home to work. Two-class classification provides the answer to simple two-choice questions such as yes or no or true or false. So incorrect answers are this is regression, this is clustering, and option D is regression. So question number 124. What are two tasks that can be performed by using computer vision? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have the following five options. Predict stock prices, detect brands in an image, detect the color scheme in an image, translate text between languages, extract key phrases. So the right option here is option B and option C. Identify commercial brands in images or videos from a database of thousands of global logos. You can use this feature, for example, to discover which brands are most popular on social media or most prevalent in media product placement. Option C, analyze color usage within an image. Computer vision can determine whether an image is black or white or color, and for color images, identify the dominant and accent colors. Question number 125. You need to build an image tagging solution for social media that tags images of your friends automatically. Which Azure Cognitive Service should you use? And we have the following four options: face, form recognizer, text analytics, computer vision. So the right option here is Option A, face. The Azure Cognitive Services Face Service provides facial recognition and analysis capabilities. It can detect and recognize faces in images, identify specific individuals, and analyze facial attributes such as age, gender, emotions, and more. By training the face service with images of your friends, you can create a custom face recognition model that will allow you to automatically tag images of your friends in social media. The face service provides robust and accurate face detection and recognize capabilities, making it suitable for tasks like image tagging based on specific individuals. Question number 126. In which two scenarios can you use the form recognizer service? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have the following four options. Option A, identify the retailer from a receipt. Option B, translate from French to English. Option C, extract the invoice number from an invoice. Option D, find images of products in a catalog. So the right answer here is option A and option C. Question number 127. Drag drop. Match the facial recognition task to the appropriate questions. To answer, drag the appropriate task from the column on the left to its question on the right. Each task may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So we have the following tasks: grouping, identification, similarity, and verification. So let's see the right task for the statements are verification. Do two images of a face belong to the same person? Similarity. Does this person look like other people? Identification. Who is this person in this group of people? So the first one, verification, identity verification. So modern enterprises and apps can use the face identification and face verification operations to verify that a user is who they claim to be. And similarity. The find similar operation does face matching between a target face and a set of candidate faces, finding a smaller set of faces that look similar to the target face. This is useful for doing a face search by image. The service supports two working modes: match person and match face. The match person mode returns similar faces after filtering for the same person by using the verify API. The match face mode ignores the same person filter. It returns a list of similar candidates' faces that may or may not belong to the same person. And identification. Face identification can address one-to-many matching of one face in an image to a set of faces in a secure repository. Match candidates are returned based on how closely their face data matches the query face. This scenario is used in granting building or airport access to a certain group of people or verifying the user of a device. Question number 128. Which computer vision feature can you use to generate automatic captions for digital photographs? And we have the following four options: recognize text, identify the areas of interest, detect objects, describe the images. So the right options here is option D, describe the images. Describe images with human readable language. Computer vision can analyze an image and generate a human readable phrase that describes its contents. Algorithm returns several descriptions based on different visual features, and each description is given a confidence score. The final output is a list of descriptions ordered from highest to lowest confidence. The image description feature is part of the Analyze Image API. Question number 129. Which service should you use to extract text, key value pairs, and table data automatically from scanned documents? And we have the following four options: custom vision, face, form recognizer, language. So the right option here is option C, form recognizer. Form recognizer applies advanced machine learning to accurately extract text, key value pairs, tables, and structures from documents. So question number 130. Select the answer that correctly completes the sentence. Dash extracts text from handwritten documents. And we have the following four options. So the right option here is optical character recognition OCR. Extract text from handwritten documents. Handwritten OCR, optical character recognition, is the process of automatically extracting handwritten information from paper, scans, and other low quality digital documents. Question number 131. You are developing a solution that uses the text analytics service. You need to identify the main talking points in a collection of documents. Which type of natural language processing should you use? And we have the following four options: entity recognition, key phrase extraction, sentiment analysis, language detection. So the right option here is option B, key phrase extraction. Broad entity extraction, identify important concepts in text, including key phrase extraction. Broad entity extraction, identify important concepts in text, including key phrases and named entities such as people, faces, and organizations. Question number 132. In which two scenarios can you use speech recognition? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have the following four options. Option A, any in-car system that reads text messages aloud. Option B, providing closed captions for recorded or live videos. Option C, creating an automated public address system for a train station. Option D, creating a transcript of a telephone call or meeting. So the right option here is option B and option D. Question number 133. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. While presenting at a conference, your session is transcribed into subtitles for the audience. This is an example of, and we have the following four options: sentiment analysis, speech recognition, speech synthesis, translation. So the right option here is speech recognition. Question number 134. You need to build an app that will read receipt instructions aloud to support users who have reduced vision. Which version service should you use? And we have the following four options: text analytics, translator, speech, language understanding. So the right option here is option C, speech. Question number 135. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So we have the following statements. You can use the speech service to transcribe a call to text. You can use the text analytics service to extract key entities from a call transcript. You can use the speech service to translate the audio of a call to a different language. So the right options are, so all the statements are true. So question number 136. Your website has a chatbot to assist customers. You need to detect when a customer is upset based on what the customer types in the chatbot. Which type of AI workload should you use? We have the following four options: anomaly detection, computer vision, regression, natural language processing. So the right option here is option D, NLP, natural language processing. Natural language processing NLP is used for tasks such as sentiment analysis, topic detection, language detection, key phrase extraction, and document categorization. Sentiment analysis is the process of determining whether a piece of writing is positive, negative, or neutral. Question number 137. You plan to develop a bot that will enable users to query a knowledge base by using natural language processing. Which two services should you include in the solution? Each correct answer represents part of the solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. We have the following four options: Q&A Maker, Azure Bot Service, Form Recognizer, Anomaly Detector. So the right answer here is option A and option B, Q&A Maker and Azure Bot Service. Question number 138. In which two scenarios can you use a speech synthesis solution? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have the following four options. Option A, an automated voice that reads back a credit card number entered into a telephone by using a numeric keypad. Option B, generating live captions for a news broadcast. Option C, extracting key phrases from the audio recording of a meeting. Option D, an AI character in a computer game that speaks audibly to a player. So the right option here is option A and option D. Azure Text-to-Speech is a speech service feature that converts text to life-like speech. So question number 139. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So you have the following three statements. You can use the translator service to translate text between languages. You can use the translator service to detect the language of given text. You can use the translator service to transcribe audible speech into text. So the right options are, so the first two statements are true and the third statement is false. A translator service provides multi-language support for text translation, transliteration, language detection, and dictionaries. Speech to text, also known as automatic speech recognition, is a feature of speech services that provides transcription. Question number 140. You need to scan the news for articles about your customers and alert employees when there is a negative article. Positive articles must be added to a press book. Which NLP task should you use to complete the process? To answer, drag the appropriate task to the correct locations. Each task may be used once, more than once, or not at all. You may need to drag the split bar between pans or scroll to view content. So we have the following task: entity recognition, sentiment analysis, speech synthesis, and translation. So we have the following flow. So let's see the right tasks in the boxes are. So entity recognition in the first one and sentiment analysis in the second one. Question number 141. You're building a knowledge base by using Q&A Maker. Which file format can you use to populate the knowledge base? And we have the following four options: PPTX, XML, ZIP, and PDF. So the right option here is option D, PDF. So content types of documents can add to knowledge base. Content types include many standard structured documents such as PDF, doc, and TXT. The tool supports the following file formats for ingestion: .tsv for Q&A contained in the format question answer, .txt, .docx, and .pdf Q&A contained as regular frequently asked question content, that is a sequence of question and answers. So the incorrect answers are: PPTX is a default presentation file format for a new PowerPoint presentations. And option B, it is not possible to ingest XML file directly. So question number 142. In which scenario should you use key phrase extraction? And we have the following four options. Option A, identifying whether reviews of a restaurant are positive or negative. Option B, generating captions for a video based on the audio track. Option C, identifying which documents provide information about the same topics. Option D, translating a set of documents from English to German. So the right option here is option C, identifying which documents provide information about the same topics. So question number 143. You have insurance claim reports that are stored as text. You need to extract key terms from the reports to generate summaries. Which type of AI workload should you use? And we have the following four options: NLP, natural language processing, conversational AI, anomaly detection, computer vision. So the right option here is option A, NLP, natural language processing. Question number 144. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. Natural language processing can be used to, and we have the following four options. So the right option here is classify email messages as work related or personal. So NLP, natural language processing, is used to tasks such as sentiment analysis, topic detection, language detection, key phrase extraction, and document categorization. So question number 145. Which AI service can you use to interpret the meaning of a user input such as call me back later? And we have the following four options: translator, text analytics, speech, language understanding. So the right option here is option D, language understanding. So language understanding is a cloud-based AI service that applies custom machine learning intelligence to users' conversational natural language text to predict overall meaning and pull out relevant detailed information. Question number 146. You are developing a chatbot solution in Azure. Which service should you use to determine a user's intent? And we have the following four options: translator, Q&A maker, speech, language understanding. So the right option here is option D, language understanding. So language understanding is a cloud-based API service that applies custom machine learning intelligence to a user conversational natural language text to predict overall meaning and pull out relevant detailed information. Design your LUIS model with categories of user intentions called intents. Each intent needs example of user utterances. Each utterance can provide data that needs to be extracted with machine learning entities. Question number 147. You need to make that written press release for a company available in a range of languages. Which service should you use? We have the following four options: translator, text analytics, speech, language understanding. So the right option here is option A, translator. Translator is a cloud-based machine translation service you can use to translate text in near real time through a simple REST API call. The service uses modern neural machine translation technology and offers statistical machine translation technology. Custom Translator is an extension of Translator which allows you to build neural translation systems. So question number 148. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true. Otherwise, select no. So each correct selection is worth 1 point. So we have the following three statements. The text analytics service can identify in which language text is written. The text analytics service can detect handwritten signatures in a document. The text analytics service can identify companies and organizations mentioned in a document. So the right options are, so the first statement is true, the second statement is false, and the third statement is true. The Text Analytics API is a cloud-based service that provides advanced natural language processing over raw text and includes four main functions: sentiment analysis, keyphrase extraction, named entity recognition, and language detection. So the first statement is true. You can detect which language that input text is written in and report a single language code for every document submitted on the request in a wide range of languages, variants, dialects, and some regional cultural languages. The language code is paired with a score indicating the strength of the score. So the third statement is true. Named entity recognition identify the categorized entities in your text as people, places, organizations, date, time, quantities, percentages, currencies, and more. Well-known entities are also recognized and linked to more information on the web. So question number 149. Match the types of natural languages processing workloads to the appropriate scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate workload type from the column on the left to its scenarios on the right. Each workload type may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So workload types we have entity recognition, key phrase extraction, language modeling, sentiment analysis, translation, speech recognition, and speech synthesis. So the right workload types for the statements are entity recognition for extract persons, locations, and organizations from the text, and sentiment analysis for evaluates text along a positive negative scale, translation for converts text to a different language. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. And we have the following three statements. Monitoring online service reviews for profanities is an example of natural language processing. The second statement, identifying brand logos in an image is an example of natural language processing. Third statement, monitoring public news sites for negative mentions of a product is an example of natural language processing. So the right options are, so the first statement is true, the second statement is false, and the third statement is true. So question number 151, you are developing a natural language processing solution in Azure. The solution will analyze customers' reviews and determine how positive and negative each review is. This is an example of which type of natural language processing workload. And we have the following four options: language detection, sentiment analysis, key phrase extraction, entity recognition. So the right option here is option B, sentiment analysis. Sentiment analysis is the process of determining whether a piece of writing is positive, negative, or neutral. So question number 152. You use natural language processing to process text from a Microsoft news story. You receive the output shown in the following exhibit. You can pause the video to have a look at the exhibit. So which type of natural language processing was performed? And we have the following four options: entity recognition, key phrase extraction, sentiment analysis, translation. So the right option here is option A, entity recognition. So named entity recognition is the ability to identify different entities in text and categorize them into predefined classes or types such as person, location, event, product, and organization. In this question, the square bracket indicates the entity such as date, time, person type, skill. So question number 153. You are using Azure machine learning to develop a model to predict whether a potential borrower is likely to default on a loan. The following confusion matrix describes the performance of one of your models. Predicted outcome across the top, true value, top to bottom. Which statement about these results is true? Choose two answers. Option A, there were 35 false negatives. Option B, there were 11 false negatives. Option C, there were 11 false positives. Option D, there were 11 true positives. So the right answer here is option A and option C. Question number 154. You are using Azure machine learning to develop a machine learning model to predict fuel efficiency for automobiles manufactured between 2000 and 2010.
The following information is provided for each automobile in a dataset. So currently the car name includes both the manufacturer and the car model. You would like to break the car name into two separate pieces of data, manufacturer and model. What is the term used to describe this type of data processing before training a model? Option A, feature engineering. Option B, feature selection. Option C, normalization. And option D, data splitting. So the right answer here is option A, feature engineering. The scenario given is this problem is an example of feature engineering. Feature engineering is a process where new features are created by transforming raw data. Feature engineering, normalization, and data splitting are examples of three common data transformation steps taken before training a machine learning model. If you are not familiar with normalization, take a look at the documentation for the normalization module. Normalization data can be an important step when preparing data to train a model. So let's jump on to the next question. So question number 155. You're using Azure machine learning to develop a machine learning model to predict fuel efficiency for automobiles manufactured between 2000 and 2010. The following information is provided for each automobile in the dataset. So which of the following statements about the dataset and machine learning model are correct? Choose two answers. Option A, MPG is the label for this machine learning model. Option B, MPG is a feature for this machine learning model. Option C, the car name is the label for this machine learning model. And option D, the manufacturer is an example of a potential feature for this machine learning model. So the right answer here is option A and option D. Question number 156. You plan to apply text analytics API features to a technical support ticketing system. Match the text analytics API features to the appropriate natural language processing scenarios. To answer, drag the appropriate feature from the column on the left to its scenario on the right. Each feature may be used once, more than once, not at all. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So API features are entity recognition, key phrase extraction, language detection, sentiment analysis. So let's see the right API feature for the statements are. So for sentiment analysis, understand how upset a customer is based on the text contained in the support ticket. Key phrase extraction, summarize important information from the support ticket. Entity recognition, extract key dates from the support ticket. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 157. You are authoring a language understanding application to support a music festival. You want users to be able to ask questions about scheduled shows, such as which act is playing on the main stage. The question, which act is playing on the main stage, is an example of which type of element. The options are an intent, an utterance, a domain, an entity. So the right answer here is option B, an utterance. Utterances are input from the user that your app needs to interpret. So let's jump on to the next question. Question number 158. You build a Q&A maker bot by using a frequently asked questions page. You need to add professional greetings and other responses to make the bot more user-friendly. What should you do? And the options are option A, increase the confidence threshold of responses. Option B, enable active learning. Option C, create multi-turn questions. And option D, add chit chat. So the right answer here is option D. Question number 159. You need to develop a chatbot for a website. The chatbot must answer users' questions based on the information in the following documents. The product troubleshooting guide in a Microsoft Word document, a frequently asked questions list on a web page. Which service should you use to process the documents? Option A, Azure Bot Service. Option B, Language Understanding. Option C, Text Analytics. And option D, Q&A Maker. So the right answer here is option D, Q&A Maker. Question number 160. You are building a language understanding model for an e-commerce business. You need to ensure that the model detects when utterances are outside the intended scope of the model. What should you do? Option A, test the model by using new utterances. Option B, add utterances to the non-intent. Option C, create a pre-built task entity. And option D, create a new model. So the right answer here is option B, add utterances to the non-intent. The non-intent is filled with utterances that are outside of your domain. You have a frequently asked question PDF file. You need to create a conversational support system based on the FAQ. Which service should you use? And we have the following four options: Q&A Maker, Text Analytics, Computer Vision, Language Understanding. So the right answer here is option A, Q&A Maker. You need to provide content for a business chatbot that will help answer simple user queries. What are three ways to create question and answer text by using Q&A Maker? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Option A, generate the questions and answers from an existing web page. Option B, use automated machine learning to train a model based on a file that contains the question. Option C, manually enter the question and answers. Option D, connect the bot to the Cortana channel and ask questions by using Cortana. And option E, import chit chat content from a predefined data source. So the right answer here is option A, C, and option E. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. A bot that responds to queries by internal users is an example of a conversational AI workload. The second statement, an application that displays images relating to an entered search term is an example of a conversational AI workload. Third statement, a web form used to submit a request to reset a password is an example of a conversational AI workload. And the right options are: the first statement is true, the second one is false, and the third statement is true. You are developing a conversational AI solution that will communicate with users through multiple channels including email, Microsoft Teams, and web chat. Which service should you use? And the options are Text Analytics, Azure Bot Service, Translator, Form Recognizer. So the right option here is option B, Azure Bot Service. You need to make the written press release for your company available in a range of languages. Which service should you use? The options are speech, language, translator, personalizer. So the right option here is option C, translator. You have insurance claim reports that are stored as text. You need to extract key terms from the reports to generate summaries. Which type of AI workload should you use? And the options are anomaly detection, natural language processing, computer vision, knowledge mining. So the right answer here is option B, natural language processing. You have a web chat bot that provides responses from a Q&A maker knowledge base. You need to ensure that the bot uses user feedback to improve the relevance of the responses over time. What should you use? And the options are key phrase extraction, sentiment analysis, business logic, active learning. So the right answer here is option D, active learning. Which two scenarios are example of a natural language processing workload? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Option A, monitoring the temperature of machinery to turn on a fan when the temperature reaches a specific threshold. Option B, a smart device in the home that responds to questions such as what will the weather be like today? Option C, a website that uses a knowledge base to interactively respond to users' questions. Option D, assembly line machinery that autonomously inserts headlamps into cars. So the right answer here is option B and option C. You have an AI solution that provides users with the ability to control smart devices by using verbal commands. Which two types of natural language processing workloads does the solution use? Each correct answer represents part of the solution. So the options are text to speech, key phrase extraction, speech to text, language modeling, translation. So the right option here is option B and option C, key phrase extraction and speech to text. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are the language service can identify in which language text is written. The language service can detect handwritten signatures in a document. The language service can identify companies and organizations mentioned in a document. So the right options are the first statement is true, the second one is false, and the third statement is true. You plan to use Azure Cognitive Services to develop a voice-controlled personal assistant app. Match the Azure Cognitive Services to the appropriate tasks. To answer, drag the appropriate service from the column on the left to its description on the right. Each service may be used once, more than once, or not at all. Each correct selection is worth 1 point. So the services are speech, language service, translator text. So let's see, the right options are speech, convert a user's speech to text. Language service, identify a user intent. Speech, provide a spoken response to the user. You need to build an app that will read receive instructions aloud to support users who have reduced vision. Which version service should you use? And the options are language service, translator, speech personalizer. So the right option here is option C, speech. Question number 173. For each of the following statements, select yes if the statement is true, otherwise select no. So the statements are: you can use Q&A Maker to query an Azure SQL database. You should use Q&A Maker when you want a knowledge base to provide the same answer to different users who submit similar questions. The Q&A Maker service can determine the intent of a user utterance. So the right options are: the first statement is false, the second one is true, and the third statement is false. Question number 174. Which scenario is an example of a web chat bot? Option A: determine whether reviews entered on a website for a concern are positive or negative, and then add a thumbs up or thumbs down emoji to the reviews. Option B: translate into English questions entered by customers at a kiosk so that the appropriate person can call the customers back. Option C: accept questions through email and then route the email messages to the correct person based on the content of the message. Option D: from a website interface, answer common questions about scheduled events and ticket purchases for a music festival. So the right answer here is option D. Question number 175. To complete the sentence, select the appropriate option in the answer area. The interactive answering of questions entered by a user as a part of an application is an example of. And we have the following four options. So the right option here is conversational AI. With Microsoft Conversational AI tools, developers can build, connect, deploy, and manage intelligent bots that naturally interact with their users on a website, app, Cortana, Microsoft Teams, Skype, Facebook Messenger, Slack, and more. Which AI service should you use to create a bot from a frequently asked questions document? And the options are Q&A Maker, Language Understanding, Text Analytics, and Speech. So the right option here is option A, Q&A Maker. You need to reduce the load on telephone operators by implementing a chatbot to answer simple questions with predefined answers. Which two AI service should you use to achieve the goal? Each correct answer represents a part of solution. The options are Text Analytics, Q&A Maker, Azure Bot Service, Translator. So the right option is B and C. Bots are a popular way to provide support through multiple communication channels. You can use the Q&A Maker service and Azure Bot Service to create a bot that answers user questions. Which two scenarios are example of a conversational AI workload? Each correct answer represents a complete solution. Option A: a smart device in the home that responds to questions such as what will the weather be like today? Option B: a website that uses a knowledge base to interactively respond to users' question. Option C: assembly line machinery that autonomously inserts headlamps into cars. Option D: monitoring the temperature of machinery to turn on a fan when the temperature reaches a specific threshold. So the right answer here is option A and option B. You have the process shown in the following exhibit. can pause the video to have a look at the image. Which type of AI solution is shown in the diagram? And the options are a sentiment analysis solution, a chatbot, a machine learning model, a computer vision application. So the right option here is option B, a chatbot. You need to develop a web-based AI solution for a customer support system. Users must be able to interact with a web app that will guide them to the best resource or answer. Which service should you use? And the options are custom vision, Q&A maker, translator text, face. So the right option here is option B. Question number 181. Which statement best describes the term deep learning? Option A, a simulation of human intelligence that is managed and processed by computer systems. Option B, a process to enable computer-based systems to be trained based on experience and data using mathematical algorithms. Option C, the use of artificial neural networks to detect, identify, and classify data by analyzing patterns. Option D, a discipline that enables computers to understand and interpret human language. So the right answer here is option C. The best description of deep learning is the use of artificial neural networks to detect, identify, and classify data by analyzing patterns. Deep learning is a type of machine learning which is a type of artificial intelligence. So let's jump on to the next question. Which of the following scenarios is the most suitable application of generative AI? Option A, predicting stock market trends based on historical data. Option B, generating personalized customer service responses. Option C, classifying emails as spam or not spam. Option D, forecasting weather conditions for the next week. So the right answer here is option B. Let's jump on to the next question. A developer is building an app to categorize user uploaded images into a predefined set of categories. Which API would be most suitable for this task? And the options are Azure AI Vision Image Analysis, Azure AI Face Service, Azure AI Video Indexer, Azure AI Custom Vision. So the right answer here is option A, Azure AI Vision Image Analysis. So let's jump on to the next question. What is chain prompting with ChatGPT? The options are asking a series of unrelated questions to ChatGPT, creating a sequence of prompts that build upon each other, repeating the same prompt to achieve different results, connecting multiple ChatGPT sessions together. So the right answer here is option B. Chain promoting involves asking a new prompt that relies on the answer given in a previous prompt. So let's jump on to the next question. What is the concept of role prompting in ChatGPT? Option A, limiting ChatGPT's responses to professional roles only. Option B, assigning a specific identity or role to ChatGPT before asking it to perform a task. Option C, ensuring ChatGPT maintains the same role throughout a conversation. Option D, asking ChatGPT to simulate different human emotions. So the right answer here is option B. Role prompting involves asking ChatGPT to assume a specific identity or role before performing a given task. An example of these would be to ask ChatGPT
as a copywriter and create attention-grabbing taglines for AWS services. So let's jump on to the next question. What is one of the limitations of using an upgraded version of ChatGPT, such as version 4? And the options are: it has a lower token capacity compared to version 3, it provides less accurate completions, it has a slower completion time, it cannot handle multiple prompts simultaneously. So the right answer here is option C. It has a slower completion time. While an upgraded version of ChatGPT, such as version 4, offers a large token capacity, it comes with the drawback of having a slower completion time. This trade-off between token capacity and response time is an important consideration for users who need more extensive responses from ChatGPT. Generative AI is built upon Dash, a subset of AI that uses a neural network of algorithms to process complex data sets and make predictions. And the options are deep learning, chatbots, data engineering, big data. So the right answer here is option A, deep learning. Now let's take a moment to understand where OpenAI models fit into the broader AI landscape. At the highest level, we have artificial intelligence, which imitates human behavior by relying on machines to learn and execute tasks without expliciting directions on what to output. A subset of AI is machine learning, where algorithms take in data and fit models to the data to make predictions. Deep learning models, which use layers of algorithms in the form of artificial neural networks, are a subset of machine learning and are used to return results for more complex use cases. Many Azure AI services are built on deep learning models. Let's jump on to the next question. What happens when ChatGPT runs out of tokens for completion? And the options are: ChatGPT will request additional information to continue, ChatGPT will automatically increases its token capacity, ChatGPT will not be able to provide any further output, ChatGPT will summarize the remaining responses. So the right answer here is option C. When ChatGPT runs out of token for a completion, it cannot provide any further output. This token limitation means that if a prompt is too lengthy or the expected completion is too extensive, ChatGPT may not be able to fully respond within the token constraints of a single session. So let's jump on to the next question. Which of the following is the best definition of ChatGPT completion? And the options are: the question asked to ChatGPT model. Option B, the response generated by the ChatGPT model when presented with a prompt. Option C, the process of model understanding a prompt. And option D, the maximum amount of tokens a chat session can have. So the right answer here is option B. A ChatGPT completion is the response that the ChatGPT language model generates when it presented with a prompt. It is essentially the answer or output the model provides in response to the input. So let's jump on to the next question. What are ChatGPT tokens? And we have four options. Tokens determine the speed of the ChatGPT's response. Tokens represents the limitations in ChatGPT's response length. Tokens are used to calculate the cost of using ChatGPT, and tokens indicate the accuracy of ChatGPT's response. So the right answer here is option B. Token represents a limitation in the length of ChatGPT's response. Each session has a maximum token limit, which affects how much text ChatGPT can process and generate in one interaction. So let's jump on to the next question. What is the primary goal of prompt engineering in the context of ChatGPT? Option A, to increase the processing speed of ChatGPT. Option B, to ensure that ChatGPT understands the question. Option C, to refine prompts to obtain the best possible answer for a specific scenario. And option D, to limit ChatGPT's responses to a certain number of words. So the right answer here is option C. Prompt engineering is the process of refining a given prompt to obtain the best possible answer that fits a specific scenario. This involves adjusting the prompt to be more specific or concise, depending on the information required, as demonstrated with the AWS services example. So let's jump on to the next question. With the understanding that generative AI is a third-party service, what is the recommended best practice when using Gen AI to process any user data? And the options are anonymize the data, randomize the data, never provide the data to Gen AI services, have employees manually review all user data before processing it. So the right answer here is option A. Lastly, when dealing with user data, you should anonymize that data, especially before feeding it into a third-party service. This allows your data to be worry-free about the implications of the security breach. Randomizing the data would not remove potential issues with personally identifiable information done properly. It is okay to provide user data to Gen AI services. You would not want employees to manually review user data because it could also pose a data risk and it would not be efficient. So the right answer is option A. So let's jump on to the next question. There are numerous types and use cases of artificial intelligence. Which statement best describes generative AI specifically? Option A, AI models capable of producing new content based on provided input. Option B, AI models that use artificial neural networks to process complex data and provide predictions. Option C, AI models that transform or translate speech or text. Option D, AI models that can transform and upload large amounts of streaming data in real time. So the right answer here is option A. Generative AI models like those used by OpenAI can produce new content based on what is described in the input. These models can produce language code and images, making them a versatile tool in the AI landscape. In essence, generative AI models are capable of producing new content based on the input they receive, making them a powerful tool in the AI landscape. As we move forward, we will explore more about how these models are applied to various use cases and how they are shaping the future of AI. Let's jump on to the next question. Which generative AI task would use the DAL-E model? And the options are creating images, creating text, creating code, and troubleshooting code. So the right answer here is option A. In addition to natural language capabilities, generative AI models can also create and edit images. The model that works with images is called DAL-E, which can create both realistic and artistic images, change the layout or style of an image, and create variations on a provided image. So let's jump on to the next question. You are building an application that allows you to search the transcripts of recorded conversations from your customer support call center. Which Azure AI service would you use to convert audio from call center conversations into text? And the options are Azure AI speech to text service, Azure AI immersive reader, conversational language understanding CLU, or Azure AI translator. So the right answer here is option A. The Azure AI speech to text service can convert audio files to text and supports a variety of languages. Let's jump on to the next question. You are working on an application that supports an automation line in a factory. Several sensors provide data about equipment health, and you would like to use this data in real time to identify potential line issues quickly. Which Azure AI service would be a good choice to help quickly identify issues based on your sensor data? And the options are Azure AI Anomaly Detector, Azure Monitor, Azure AI Document Intelligence, Azure Auto Machine Learning. So the right answer here is option A. Anomaly detector is an Azure AI service that is used to identify anomalies in time series data. This service helps identify problems early and detect issues that might otherwise be too difficult to see without automated analysis. So let's jump on to the next question. You're working on an application that uses computer vision to identify unwanted plant species growing alongside crops in farmers' fields. Which Azure AI service is the best choice for identifying unwanted plants and their location within each image? And the options are Custom Vision Object Detection, Custom Vision Image Classification, Azure AI Vision Spatial Analysis, or Azure AI Vision Video Indexer. So the right answer here is option A. Azure AI Custom Vision's Object Detection Service is a no-code option that you can use to train and deploy a custom image classification model. Let's jump on to the next question. Which area of data science looks for a number answering the question how much or how many? The options are regression, classification, clustering, anomaly detection. So the right answer here is option A, regression. How much, how many? In this case, you are looking for a number. So let's jump on to the next question. Which of the following features of an Azure AI face service performs one-to-many matching? The options are face verification, face detection, face identification, spatial analysis. So the right answer here is option C. Face identification can address one-to-many matching of one face in an image to a set of faces in a secure repository. This scenario could be used in granting building or airport access to a certain group of people. Face verification is a one-to-one matching of a face in an image to a single face from a secure repository or photo, used to verify that they are the same individual. Face detection detects human faces in an image, but it does not return the identities of the people detected. Spatial analysis is not a part of the face service, it is used to analyze videos. So let's jump on to the next question. An online college needs to identify the key moments within its training videos to improve learner engagement and increase the overall graduation rate. Which Azure AI service can they implement to accomplish this task? The options are Azure AI Video Indexer, Azure AI Vision Image Analysis, Azure OpenAI, Azure AI Vision Video Analysis. So the right answer here is option A. Azure AI Video Indexer is a cloud application part of Azure AI Service built on Azure AI Service. It enables you to extract the insights from your videos using Azure AI Video Indexer video and audio models. Azure AI Video Indexer analyzes the video and audio content by running 30 plus AI models, generating rich insights. Video insights can be used to improve user engagement by highlighting the relevant video moments to users. By tagging each video with additional metadata, you can recommend to users the most relevant videos and highlights the parts of the video that matches their needs.
Thank you for watching this video. And don't forget to subscribe to Tech with Shaping Pixel.